Madam Temporary Chair.
Good afternoon, honourable members. We will be starting our business in a slightly different manner today. Today, the 1st of December, is a day of significance. During this period, we mark the 16 days of activism of no violence against women and children, and let us not forget the LGBTQIA+ community. We stand in solidarity with communities, all civil societies, organizations, government, and stakeholders to end this pandemic. And not just for 16 days, but 365 days of the year. Today also marks World AIDS Day, and all of us should encourage every citizen to get tested and know their status. Let us spend time recognizing that despite the impact this disease has on one's life, one can still live a happy and a fruitful life and stop stigmatization. Honourable members, can I ask that members of this House unite today and direct your thoughts and prayers and observe a moment of silence to those that are affected and those that conquer, and for all of us to remain hopeful during this time. Honourable members, let's observe a moment of silence. Thank you, honourable members. You may be seated. Honourable Dagmo.
Thank you, Chair. House Chair, just when you opened up and you referred to the 1st of December, did you not forget that this is also the day that slavery was abolished? Maybe it was an oversight, or the DA doesn't really think that's something to celebrate, but I would appreciate if you also mentioned that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Dagmo. Your comment is noted. I see Honourable Christians and then Member Said.
Thank you, Acting Chairperson. Question is, are we now making away with opening with prayer and a minute of silence? It's custom for this House to open in prayer and not a minute of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Christians. Definitely not. Today we just made the exception, but we're not doing away with prayer. Honourable Said.
Honourable Acting Chair, I also just also want to support the point made by Member Christians, but also, very strangely, I don't know whether it's an oversight on the part of the administration, but there are no order papers in front of us. They were emailed, but I don't know, not unless other tables, benches have order papers, but there's only speakers list. It makes it very difficult to follow the proceedings of the House and to intervene or not intervene if there's no order paper. Could we please have that before we go any further?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. We will have that sorted. In the meantime, let us proceed. Honourable Nkontlo.
Molo mhlali ngaphambili. Ndinombuzo endingathanda ukubhekisa apha kuwe. Ndifuna ukuqonda into yoba usomlomo wale ndlu yowiso mthetho uphi, njengoba usowutshilo into yoba siqala le mini kukho izinto esingazaziyo esizibonayo. Uphi ke usomlomo walapha wendlu yowiso mthetho? Sifunda kumaphepha into yoba ungumntu ubulungu bakhe bale DA akuyo lithe yabe iyabuthatha ubulungu bayo. Ngoko ke loo nto leyo ithi kuzawube kuphakanyiswa nalapha kwindlu yowiso-mthetho into yoba uyasuswa. Zonke ezi zinto zingamahemhem. Sifuna uqonda into yoba ikhona na into ebhaliweyo yena unobhala wale ndlu yowiso-mthetho athe wayifumana amakayibonise kuthi apha into yoba ikhona into enjalo. Ndicela ukuzibuzela nethi loo nto leyo apha kuwe njengomntu ophethe le nkqubo yanamhlanje.
Thank you very much for rising, Honourable Nkondlo. That is not a point of order. Honourable members, we will proceed with the business of today. As has been our practice to date, honourable members will participate. Honourable Nkondlo.
Chair, I rose on a matter which I was asking for clarity. I'm not sure whether you want me to speak in English for you to understand. I rose on a matter which I expected you to provide clarity.
Honourable Nkondlo, I note your point made and your question asked. At this stage, my only answer will be, and for the remainder of this session, will be that honourable members, we became aware of possible litigation that might impact processes of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, and all members will be kept abreast accordingly. I hope that should answer your question, member. We will proceed. Honourable members. Honourable Kama, please put your hand down. Member Barnes, as well as Member Said. Members. Order, members. Members. Order, members.
Point of order.
Members, can I ask for you to please contain yourself? Can we please go through the before proceedings of the House, and I will address Member Nkondlo accordingly. Member Said, honourable members, order. Members. Members on my left as well as members on my right. Please, can we maintain order in this House? I have asked the administration to sort out the matter of the order papers. Can we proceed in terms of not the business, starting with the business of today, but the process of before we get to the business, please. In the meantime, I'm sure you will get the order papers, and then I will address Member Nkondlo. Honourable Said.
Chairperson, can I suggest that we proceed once the order papers have arrived? We need order papers, and it is completely unprofessional that we do not have order papers, but we expect it to continue a sitting.
Members, your order papers is being distributed. Members, honourable members, order, members. Members on both sides of the House. Members, can I just get an indication as to who must still receive their order papers? We have noted the members that still receive order papers. Just asked a bit of patience, members. Members, at this stage, can we deal with the opening remarks in the meantime? That does not necessitate for you to have order papers. Honourable Said.
Honourable House Chair, members Kama and Barnes had their hands up and they were not recognized. Can you please recognize them? Can they be given an opportunity
Honourable
to
Said.
raise what they wanted to raise?
Honourable
Thank you.
Said, I indicated that first, the administration will be dealing with the order papers that will be handed out to members. Secondly, we will deal with the opening remarks, and then I will take members that do want to wish to indicate a point of order. That is how we will proceed. Members, in the meantime, we're going to deal with the opening remarks. As has been our practice to date, honourable members will participate in the sitting of the House, which is the WCPP, both from here in the chamber with the presiding officer and the table staff, and via Microsoft Teams. Our standing rules have accordingly been amended to accommodate such hybrid sittings of the House. The honourable members experiencing challenges in connecting to this sitting are requested to contact the WCPP ICT colleagues who will assist resolve their connectivity challenges. Honourable members, suppose a member of this provincial parliament elects to participate virtually and not from the chamber. In that case, such a member's responsibility is to ensure that he or she has good quality data connectivity, good quality audio and video, and that there are no disturbances where they are. Members would note that the hybrid system has been functioning well. Poor audio and or video is not attributed to the system, but rather the quality of data connectivity. Honourable members, please take note, the media have also been granted access to this MS Teams meeting as guests of WCPP. However, members of the press may not use the chat room or speak or activate the cameras while the sitting is in progress. If an individual who is not a member of this House activates their mic and video camera, such an individual will be exited from the sitting immediately. I request that those here today who are not members of this House to please observe the decorum of this House. Honourable members, you are reminded that no interjections are permitted during these hybrid sittings. To this end, I draw the attention to the honourable members to Rule 40 of the Standing Rules. Honourable members, there are rules to this august House. Let me repeat myself. Honourable members, there are rules to this august House. This Parliament is a respected place, and in this place, where the people of the Western Cape elected their representatives, which is us, honourable members. In order for us as honourable members of this House to enact laws and conduct our business to the betterment and the welfare of all our people, I wish to call on all members, members to my right, as well as members to my left, to adhere today to the order in meetings and to the rules of debate as per Chapter 7 in our standing rules. Now, members, before we continue, can I just have an indication if all members have received their order papers? Honourable Marais is still in need of an order paper. Thank you, Honorable Marais. Are you covered? Thank you very much. Honorable members, Honorable Syed, I did not recognize you. Please contain yourself. I have indicated that I will address the matter that Honorable Nkontlo has raised. Can you please provide me with an opportunity to respond? Honorable Syed, I will not be able...
I'm not some child here who's unstable. You can say, please contain yourself. Speak with us with respect.
Honorable Syed, are you done? Are you done? Thank you very much. Honorable Barnes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, in your opening remarks, you've said today is an exception. And I think as the House, we've accepted not praying. But in your exception as well, we are not actually taken into confidence by being told, where is the speaker? Why is the exception? Why is the situation like this today? Can we start there so that we can cooperate and having a House continuing as normal? I don't know why the Deputy Chief is standing up.
Honorable members.
Because I'm still on the floor.
Honorable members.
We are not in a circus here. We are not in a circus
Acting Chief
here.
Whip.
You are not
Acting Chief Whip, I will recognize you. Thank you very much.
I'm still on the floor. You must sit down. You must sit down.
Honorable members.
You must sit down and wait to be recognized.
Honorable Barnes, please speak to the chair.
Chair,
the acting Chief Whip has been directed to sit down. I have indicated to her to take a seat.
She stood up while I was on the floor.
Thank you. You may continue, Honorable Barnes. Thank you.
Chair, I just needed that clarity to be given because we want to cooperate and continue with the meeting, but can you take us into confidence because we don't know what's happening?
Thank you very much, Honorable Barnes. Honorable members, I will repeat myself. We became aware of possible litigation that might impact on WCPP processes, and honorable members will be kept abreast. Honorable members, also note that this matter is not part of the business of today. Therefore, I will not entertain any further discussion on this matter.
Point of order, Chair.
Thank you very much, members. Honorable Acting Chief Whip, please proceed. Honorable Syed.
You're being unfair. Member Kama had his hand up first, and Honorable Bartman stands up and you recognize her before that. That's totally unfair.
Member Kama, please take your seat. Please take your seat. Member Kama.
He was recognized first. Completely out of order.
Leader of Government Business as well as, please take your seat.
Why are other people just standing up?
Honorable members, Leader of Government Business, can I please ask you to take your seat?
Hello?
Can I please ask you to take your seat?
We cannot allow that.
Members, honorable members, Member Kama, please put your hand down. I will recognize you, but please put your hand down. It is quite clear, members. It is quite clear for everyone that has got eyes to see what the agenda is today. And it is quite embarrassing that you use this situation to disrupt the House. Honorable members.
No, you must excuse yourself, Chair.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Member, why are you shouting? No, you cannot do that. Member Kama.
You are also shouting, Chair.
No, thank you very much.
Member Van Vogel.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chair, one thing that has to be accepted is that we are not in a DA caucus. We're in the legislature. So what you know.
Honorable members. Members on my right, please. Member Kama, please finish your point of order.
So, in the DA, we don't shout like that.
Honorable members, will you please allow Member Kama to finish?
No, thank you very much.
Chief Whip? I did not see. Chief Whip of the opposition, will you please contain your members in order for us to provide Member Kama the opportunity to finish what we've started?
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, the point that I'm making is that we are definitely not in a DA caucus, but the provincial parliament.
Honorable members on my right. Members. Honorable Syed, you cannot just shout as you please. Honorable members on the right. Members on the right. Will you please afford Honorable Kama to finish?
Yes, the point, Madam Speaker, is that we are definitely not in a DA caucus. We are in a provincial parliament. Now, a question is asked as to where is the speaker, and you have confused me further, because you are now speaking about litigations and all these things that I do not even know. What are they about? This House does not know what you are talking about. You might be talking about communications that went somewhere else. Hence, we're asking where is the speaker of the House, so that as members of the House, guided by the rules, of the House, we are able to advise in terms of how we should move as per the rules and the Constitution of the Western Cape. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kama. I recognize the Acting Chief Whip.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, as you may know, on the order paper today, under the line motion number 1, deals with matters such as litigation. This motion was brought in terms of Rule 151 by myself yesterday. I consulted the chief whips of political parties, and where there's no chief whip, the leader of the respective minority party. And we are thus waiting so that I'm able to move the motion above the line in terms of Rule 20, subsection 2 of the Rules of Parliament. And the motion is written there for us to see on page 45 of the order paper and page 46 of the order paper, which is motion number 1, dealing with the matter that you have also indicated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting Chief Whip. I recognize Honorable Marais.
Speaker, the opposition has the right to ask questions. An obligation is on the ruling party to answer to the satisfaction of the person who asked the question. Now I ask you, in terms of the question, where's the speaker, and media reports, can you confirm, or are you prepared to confirm or deny that the Speaker of this House has resigned from the DA? And that would explain why he's not here. Did he resign? Can you confirm it or not?
Thank you very much, Honorable Marais. Honorable members, I refer you to the rule book. I'm not recognizing you. I am busy speaking, Honorable Syed. In terms of Rule 26, whenever the Speaker is absent or otherwise unable to perform the functions of the office of the Speaker, or whatever that office is vacant, A, the Deputy Speaker, or B, if there's no Deputy Speaker, a temporary presiding officer designated by a resolution of the House acts as the presiding officer. Now, honorable members, I will not dwell into any party matters. I cannot give you an answer as to where the Speaker are. Honorable Marais made mention of media reports. Honorable members, this is not the business in front of the House today. I'm going to give the last opportunity to Honorable Mackenzie.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I had my hand up earlier on, but you didn't recognize me. House Chairperson, may I...
Honorable Syed, you are out of order. Please take your seat.
House Chairperson, may I call on a point of order. House Chairperson.
Please proceed, Honorable.
Chairperson, can you protect me from the members because I want to raise the point? No. Chairperson, I had my head up earlier on, and the House, this is not the first time a House was started by a House sitting, by the way. So in terms of, let me read the rule. Anyone can start the House sitting. On page 26, and this is emailed. I hope if they don't have it, I can print it, because it seems there's the problem with reading printed documents. On page 26 of the House rules approved by members in this House, not outside of this chamber. It says here, page 26, absence of the Speaker. Whenever the Speaker is absent or otherwise unable to perform the functions, can you... Speaker, can you... House Chairman, can you allow me to be...
Honourable members
don't want to listen to the truth. Whenever the Speaker is unable to perform the functions of the office of the Speaker, or whether the office is vacant, A, the Deputy Speaker, or B, if there's no Deputy Speaker, a temporary presiding officer, which is yourself, may preside over the House. So people want to know where the Speaker is, the DA, they must go to the DA's office. By the rules of this Parliament, you are allowed to preside the House. And anyone who doesn't like the rules of the House, you must act accordingly.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mackenzie. Honourable members, order. Order, members. Order, members. Members, we will proceed with the business of today. The motion was out notice in terms of Rule 150. I now recognize the Acting Chief Whip.
The House Chairperson. House Chairperson.
Acting Chief Whip, please proceed.
House Chair.
The House Chairperson, I move that notwithstanding the provisions
House
of
Chairperson.
Section 2.
Honourable Dugmore, you are not recognized. Please take your seat. What is your point of order, member?
The point of order, and I would like to refer you to Rule 21 of the Provincial Constitution. It says that the Provincial Parliament must elect a Speaker from amongst its members at the first sitting after election, or, when necessary, to fill a vacancy. Now, it is clear, House Chair, that from this motion below the line here, there is at one level information given to us that there's been some or other process and there's reference to a former Speaker. So that is the clearest indication that we don't have a Speaker, and the clearest indication that, in fact, his membership of his party has been removed and he's no longer a member of that House. So when a vacancy arises, and then you go on, that a judge designated by the President of the Concourt must preside over the election of the Speaker. That is the crisis that we have. We have a vacancy. So to go and quote, as one of the honourable members do, Rule 26, which says that whenever the Speaker is absent, the Speaker is not absent. There's no Speaker. And or otherwise, so they're otherwise unable to perform his function.
Order.
He's not there. We don't have a Speaker. So
order, members.
Chair, we want you to provide this House with evidence, because there's confusion now. Where are the correspondences from the political party that indicates that he's no longer member? We want to see that. So that once we establish that there is a vacancy, we want to adjourn this House to contact the Constitutional Court and elect a Speaker. There are many things that we're going to decide here. We don't have a Speaker of this House. We need to elect a Speaker.
Honourable members, order, members. Acting Chief Whip.
Sorry, maybe because I'm short, you can't necessarily see my hand. I'm so used in the House, we have to rise when you raise a point of order. But House Chairperson, in terms of Section 106
But when are we being recognized?
Of the Constitution, when someone has lost their membership, they cannot then be the Speaker, first of all. Second of all, House Chairperson, Chairman, please protect me. Please protect
members, honourable members.
Chair,
Member Marang.
I would like to continue.
Member Marang. You don't know your name now. Member Maran, can you please provide the Acting Chief Whip an opportunity?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to continue. as the opposition will see, for example, in subsection C after the resolves of the motion, it reads a motion that we still need to move, that for as long as the position of Speaker remains vacant, the Secretary of the Legislature may perform the functions pertaining to the receipt and communication of statutory and relevant information and documentation. In terms of FAMPLA, with all due respect, temporary House Chair, you cannot communicate that to us. The Secretary is unable to communicate information to us until we move this resolution, which is on the paper today, in order for us to deal with it. So that the Secretary is able
where are you getting
to send
that?
out the respective
Order,
information.
members. Thank you very much, Acting Chief Whip. Thank you, members. We need to get to the motion and more clarity will indeed be provided. In terms of motion without notice, I recognize the Acting Chief Whip.
Chairperson, Chair.
Acting
Chair,
Chief Whip.
On a point of order.
Order, members.
On a point of order.
Order, members.
On a point
Members,
of-
I am not
House Chair.
recognizing you.
You don't have a choice.
Member Karma.
House Chairperson.
Member Karma,
House
Member
Chairperson.
No,
Said.
it's not a choice.
I am not
It's
recognizing
not a
you.
choice.
The
House
Acting Chief
Chairperson.
Whip,
It's not a
members,
choice.
the Acting
House
Chief
Chair.
Whip
There are
has
also
just
hands
provided
online.
explanation
House Chairperson.
Nice people that
and
are
in terms of the motion that
man,
is
no.
currently
You can't
Nice
write this,
members that are online.
Please continue, Acting
We are
Chief
here
Whip.
online. We wanted to speak, man. And we've been having our hands up and you are not recognizing us.
Section 2.
Can we be recognized?
Chairperson, on a point of
Honourable
order.
members.
We're rising on a point of order,
Order
Chair.
paper for today. I thank you.
We are also members
you
of
very
this house.
much,
We want to be
Chief.
recognized.
Chairperson,
And are there
point of order, Chair.
any objections to the
Point of
motion?
order. Point of order, Chairperson.
Motion agreed to.
Point of order.
No, there's no motion.
I now recognize the Acting Chief Whip.
The arrogance of
Chairperson, on a
numbers.
point of order.
Order, members. Order, members. Member Karma, unless you are, Member Nkontlo,
No, Chair. Chair, on a
Member
point of order.
Nkontlo,
On a point of
Member
order,
Barnes, please take your seat.
No,
You have
no,
not
Chair.
been
But you
recognized.
can't continue
Please take your
like
seat.
that. No, Chair.
Member, please
No,
take your
Chair.
seat.
No, Chair. You can't wear raising your hand
Member
line.
Barnes.
And then you say you must take
Member
your seat.
Barnes.
No, Chair. No, that doesn't work.
Member Barnes, please take your seat.
No, Chair.
Member Sayed, I have not recognized you.
Have you recognized the leader of opposition?
Yellow GB, can I please ask
Can
you
you
to take...
recognize us
Member
online
Karma.
then?
Can you please recognize?
No,
Can
don't
you
speak.
recognize us? who
Please
are
take your
online?
seat.
There were point.
Member Karma, turn off your mic and put your hand down. I am addressing you, Member Karma.
So he must stand up.
Member Karma, there are rules to this house. And all honorable members, because you do not like what you hear, does not give you a reason to disrupt the proceedings of this house. So unless you are not rising on a point of order as per the rules of this house, I will not recognize you. I recognize the acting
You
chief.
also
whip.
can't choose to listen to what you like. It's
Thank
not
you,
possible.
Chair,
You
I
can't
thus
choose to
now
listen
move
to what
that
you
this
like.
House, in
Point of order,
circumstances, I, the former Speaker of the Western Cape Provincial
Point of
Parliament,
order,
the
Chairperson,
Legislature,
we are not
lost its
listening to
membership
that.
of the
That is just
Legislature
Can we be recognized online?
in accordance with
House Chair.
Section 106,
We are
subsection
also
3
here as part of this house. Can we
of
be
the
recognized?
Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, to Section 29 of the Powers,
Mama
Privileges,
Filande, can we be
Part-
recognized?
Legislature Act 2004,
Chairperson, point of
together with the
order.
State Liability Act 1957, provides that the Speaker of the Legislature is the nominal defendant or respondent in litigation against the Legislature.
Chairperson, on a point
And
of
at the
order.
moment, the Legislature
Order,
does not
Chairperson.
have a Speaker. Therefore, resolves A,
Order.
that the Secretary of the Legislature is hereby authorized to
Chair.
act on behalf of the Legislature in respect of any
Order, Chair,
litigation
on a point of order, on a point of order, Chairperson. You are rising on a point of order. Point of order, Chair.
And for the Secretary to report regularly to the Enforcement
Order, Chair.
of the Secretary's performance of
What is
the
happening?
Chairperson, point of order.
and
We are not even hearing what you say.
Chair, point of order. Point of order, Chair. Point of order.
Not going to do that.
Chair, point of order. Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair. Thank you very much, Acting Chief Whip. Are there any objections to the motion?
Point of order, Chair.
No
Point of order.
objections. The motion agreed to. I recognize the Honorable Karma.
Why are they clapping hands?
No members.
Chairperson.
Please, members on the left and the right. I recognize the Honorable Kama online. Or rather,
Chairperson, may I
Member
address
Kego.
you?
Member Kego online.
Chair,
Member Kego.
may I raise a point of order, Chair?
House Chair.
Member
Chairperson.
Kego.
He's having a meeting with them.
Comrades,
He's
can
having
sit
a
down.
meeting with
Member
the DA
Kego.
members.
Yes, House Chair.
Caucus. It's a DA caucus now.
Honorable
I'd
Kama.
love to
Honorable
proceed,
Kama,
please.
put your mic off. Unless you are rising on a point of order, I will not recognize you.
What do you mean, Chair?
What is your point of order, Member Kama?
So it means nothing has happened till so far, Chair.
Members on this side, please. What is your point of order, Member Kama?
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair.
Honorable members on the left and the right. Member Nkontlo, Member Van Vogel. Are you even now disrupting your own member? For the sake of disrupting.
Chairperson.
Honorable members on the left as well as honorable
Chairperson.
members on the right.
Chairperson, may I address
Member
you?
Sayed, I'm not recognizing you.
I
Member
raised the
Kama
point
is
of
on the
order.
floor.
Okay, but I raise a point of order before Member Kama. In fact, after the first motion, you made a ruling. I raised a
Please
point of order. You did
proceed.
not recognize me.
Honorable Leka.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I would want to bring your attention to the fact that when the first motion was moved by the acting Deputy Chief Whip, you then put it to a vote, and everybody that side said yes. And I said, yeah, no. You didn't even bother to look on the side. You only concentrated on that side. And as a matter of procedure, Chairperson, you were supposed to have seen that there was or heard that there was an objection, and you were supposed to follow the proper processes that are to be followed. Now, you have gone further to a second motion. Now that again, Chair, I stood there and decided to sit back again. You allowed Member Mesuli to speak on whatever point of order that was going to raise. And I'm pleading with you, Chairperson, to be procedural when dealing with these issues in order to avoid havoc. Because clearly, you did not even look at this side, you did not even bother to listen. I did raise an objection. And in accordance to that rule specific, Rule 150, you are supposed to have used what is necessary or at your disposal to make sure that you proceed with the process of the motion properly. Now you've gone further to the second motion and you approved the second motion without due consideration of other people. Now I'm pleading with you, Chairperson, to be procedural. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lecker. And please let me enlighten you on the fact that I am aware in terms of the procedure. Now, how am I supposed to even hear your objection if your members cannot contain themselves? It is unacceptable, member, to even hear anything during this noise. Honorable Sayed, are you raising on a point of order, and on which rule are you rising?
Honorable House Chair, thank you very much. I'm rising on Rule 132. I'm calling for a division of the motion that was just passed, because you didn't even give us a chance. This is why, Honorable House Chair, you need to recognize everyone when we put our hands up. It's
Thank you
not
very
because
much,
we want to
Honorable
be
Sayed.
funny. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We need a division. I'm calling in terms of Rule 132 for a division on the motion that was just passed, because, I mean, the House is descending into a circus because of the manner in which you are chairing the sitting. The manner in which you are chairing this particular sitting.
Thank you, Honorable
Don't
Sayed.
allow DA internal politics to descend this
Thank you
House
very
into
much,
chaos.
Honorable Sayed. Thank you very much, Honorable Members, I recognize the Honorable Acting Chief Whip.
Would you like me to repeat the motion?
Yes, please.
Chair, I move motion
before
one
the
on
motion-
the
Honorable
order
McKay,
paper.
please take your seat,
Before the
Honorable
motion, House Chair, you
Acting Chief
recognize
Whip.
me.
Honorable Mackenzie,
But
can I
before
please
Honorable
ask for
Mackenzie,
you to
you did
cooperate in this
recognize me,
regard?
House Chair.
The Acting Chief Whip will be repeating the second motion, but before we proceed, Honorable Kego's hand has been up for a while. Honorable Kego, please proceed.
But what about the division? What about
That is on the second motion, member,
No,
which
the
the
very
Acting
first
Chief
one you
Whip.
didn't allow.
No,
That's the
no,
point
I
of-
could not hear anything from the side, member.
That's
Member
why we're pointing
Dagmo,
out to you that you didn't
Member
do it.
Kego.
Yeah.
Thank you, House Chair.
Member
Uh,
Kego, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, House Chair. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
You've been told that you didn't follow 132.
Am I
Member
audible, House Chair?
Kego,
Yes, House Chair. Am I audible?
is he responding?
Am I audible?
Member Kego,
Yes, House Chair. Am I audible?
members order, please. Members,
Am I audible,
Ministers
House Chair?
Mitchell and Summers.
Am I audible, House Chair?
Member Kego, please proceed.
Yes, thanks, House Chair. To be honest, it's a worrying matter how motions were seriously moved without us here, who are part and parcel of this house, who are online, having had a single word that was said there. There is a thing that you have raised earlier on the issue of litigations that this house might be facing. And here we are having moved things that we didn't hear a single thing of. Is it possible that we can go back to the first, because we didn't hear anything. You might have heard each other there in the house from the first motion, the second motion, and whatsoever. But here where we are seated, we didn't hear anything. So we don't know what you are moving and who has managed to move in what direction. But can we be able to be taken into the entire process that is supposed to? Because in most instances, when we are calling point of orders, you would say, as people that are presiding over these meetings, and say you couldn't be able to hear because of the heckling that is happening in the house. But we see today the bulldozing and the steamrolling of the process with all the heckling that is happening in the house, with us having not heard a single word what is going on there. It's circus what is going on there. Can we be taken through proper process, please?
Thank you very
Leaders.
much, Honorable Kego. I recognize the Acting Chief Whip. Honorable Syed, are you raising on a point of order?
I'm continuing to raise on the point of order that the first motion. Chair, this is also unfair. My sound is being put off.
Secretary, are we allowed to go back?
Chair, thank you very much. Chair.
Order, members. Sure. Thank you very much. Honorable Syed, please proceed.
Chair, unfortunately, not being able to listen to this side of the House is not an excuse for not adhering to the rules. I raised the point of order in terms of Rule 132 that the first motion should have gone through a division. That division was not called for. I'm asking that a division take place. Thank you.
Honorable Syed, there was not an issue in doing so. The issue is not allowing the Acting Chief Whip to continue. Honorable members, we are suspending the proceedings for 5 minutes. 5 minutes, thank you. Thank you, honourable members. Please do take your seats. Honourable members, in order for us to proceed with our business for today, may I please ask members on both sides to please keep your interjections, please keep the noise levels down. It is extremely difficult for when a motion is moved to hear members, and that is not intentionally. This is the situation that you cannot hear if someone objects. Members, in terms of the first motion, which was agreed to, the second motion will deal with that of precedence, and I will now recognize the acting chief whip.
Can we just get clarity, Speaker, on your, Chairperson, on what you've conveyed to the House? Are you saying that that motion number 1 about the acting chief whip of the majority party, that motion has been adopted by the House, even though it's been brought to your attention that by our deputy chief whip that there should be a division, and you said you couldn't hear it? So I don't see how it's possible to pass something when your attention has been drawn to the fact, according to a rule, that we want a division on that matter. So we're requesting you, can you please call a division on that one?
Thank you, Honourable Dugmore. I have made a ruling that in terms of the situation at current, there were no objections recorded that could not have been heard.
Have a division.
Members, I have made a ruling in that regard. I recognize the Premier.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I think in the interests of proceeding in this House, and I know you have made a ruling, but could I request that perhaps we actually go back to item 1 and we actually go through it again, and if there is an objection, we can note the objection.
Will that satisfy you, members?
So as long as we know that, so you take instructions from the executive.
Members,
yes, that's what we asked for.
Member Dugmore. Order, members.
Chair, I move motion number 1 under the line in my name.
Thank you very much, Honourable Acting Chief Whip. Are there any objections, members? Objections will be so recorded. Honourable Kama, why are you on your feet? What is your point of order and what rule, member?
I don't know if I heard correctly, Chairperson. I heard the acting chief whip talking about the motion that is below the line. And my understanding, can you protect me from the acting chief whip, please, Chair? And my understanding is that a notice has not been given for this motion. I heard her saying the motion under the line. That's why I'm raising. I heard her saying the motion under the line.
Yes, thank you very much, Member Kama. Please take your seat. I'm just taking advice from the Secretary. Thank you very much, Secretary. Order, members. Members, the first motion that was passed dealt with precedents, and that is exactly what the acting chief whip will now be addressing, as Member Kama indicated of the motion below the line, once we afford her the opportunity to rise for the next motion. Acting Chief Whip.
Thank you, Temporary Chair. I moved this motion as a notice of motion yesterday in terms of Rule 151 and in terms of how you move a notice of motion. Earlier in the sitting, I asked for precedence, which was approved, and now I'm moving because of the precedence, the number one, notice of motion number 1, which we have given precedence to in this House. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Acting Chief Whip. Members, are there any objections to the motion? Are you rising on a point of order, Honourable Said?
Yes, Honourable Chairperson. In terms of, firstly, a couple of issues here. Rule 132, again, Chair. I called for a division. I called for a division before we broke, so that we can have a division on the first motion. You then adjourned, you then left. I want to also understand, what was that adjournment for? Because in terms of Rule 134, which states if the required number of members support the demand for a division, the division bells must be rung. There was no division bells rung, and the doors locked as soon as after the lapse of 3 minutes, as the presiding officer may direct. None of that happened. It's almost as if it was just a leg stretch that took place. Can we please adhere to the rules and procedures and be procedural and not descend us into chaos? Because it clearly seems as if the Honourable House Chairperson is being managed by the executive. Maybe the executive, the head of the executive must tell us whether the Honourable Speaker resigned or he was pushed to resign, like the DA did with the Honourable Marais when he was the mayor. Thank you.
The motion about precedence you have to stick to that. Otherwise, we can't deal with the other motion afterwards. Because a motion without notice, if there's an objection, then that falls.
Order, members. Members. Honourable Dagmo. Thank you very much. Honourable members, the first motion in terms of precedence were dealt with. That motion were dealt with. We now need to afford the acting chief whip, Member Marang. You need to raise a point of order if you want to speak. Do you have a point of order, Honourable Marang? Honourable members, I recognise the acting chief whip. Please proceed, acting chief whip.
Chair, I move the motion number 1 that we move in terms of precedence above the line. That's in my name.
Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion? Honourable Dagmo. Honourable Dagmo. Honourable members, we cannot continue like this. You do not, no, you do not listen. Now you keep on asking the same questions. Honourable Said, as acting chairperson, I will not be bullied by you. I will not be bullied by you. I am asking, honourable members, I am asking for a suspension.
There was no process.
Honourable members, I'm asking for a 5-minute suspension
There was no process.
to deliberate with the chief whips of the parties. Thank you. Honorable Said, I recognize you.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson, and thank you very much, I think, for the breakaway that we had. Could I just suggest, and I understand in the interest of time, could we get at least 5 minutes to brief our members on, even if it's less than 5 minutes, because we're just about to start. We came out and then the sitting was, can we do that?
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Honorable Sayed. Please proceed.
The father of the father of the house is welcome to join us.
Honorable members, the House is then suspended for 5 minutes. Not so long. You may be seated, honourable members. Honourable members, we have had quite an afternoon, but we did have a very fruitful discussion with the various whips of the parties. And members, it is quite unfortunate that during our first session of our proceedings that we unfortunately were unable to conduct our business in an orderly way. Members, I do want to apologize from my side in terms of, as the members indicated, not hearing the various objectives coming from this side. It was extraordinary circumstances which made it very difficult to do so. Honourable members, on the way forward, the first motion has been passed, and therefore we have agreed to continue with the business of today, and I will be recognizing the acting chief whip. Thank you.
Thank you, House Chair. I move that in terms of Section 62, subsection 5 of the National Constitution, read with Section 2, subsection 3 of the National Council of Provinces, Permanent Delegates Vacancies Act of 1997, Act 17 of 1997, Mr. Frederik Jacobus Badenhorst be appointed as permanent delegate to the National Council of Provinces. I so move.
Thank you very much, Acting Chief Whip. Honourable members, are there any objection to the motion? No. Motion agreed to. Thank you very much, members. The Secretary will now read the first order of the day.
Consideration of the principle of the Western Cape Adjustments Appropriation Bill B3 2022.
Thank you, Secretary. I now recognize the Honourable Minister Wenger.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable members of the House. 2 days ago, we welcomed the good news that 85,000 jobs were created in the Western Cape in Q3, according to the latest quarterly labour force survey. This means that more than 203,000 jobs were created in the Western Cape year on year. We also welcomed the news that not only had more jobs been created in this province, but that the Western Cape's expanded unemployment rate decreased by 1.8 percentage points quarter on quarter and by 0.8 percentage points year on year. And while the unemployment rate is still far too high, the Western Cape's unemployment rate is 13.6% lower than the national unemployment rate. While we are making progress, the headwinds remain powerful. Our country grapples with sluggish economic growth, high levels of unemployment and poverty, significant debt service costs, a rising cost of living, and especially a debilitating energy crisis. We also face a budget squeeze provincially as a direct consequence of years of corruption and state capture. In the face of this, and to set out our plan towards a better future, on Thursday last week, I had the honour of tabling before this House the medium-term budget policy statement and the adjustment budget for the 2022-23 financial year, which sets out a framework for hope and this government's path from recovery to growth, which we are debating in this House today, eventually. While I share the framework and the scaffolding, the departmental details per vote have been deliberated upon in the standing committees and will be further debated in coming days. To keep us on course and to respond to immediate pressure in the 2022-23 financial year, we will use the budget adjustment to adjust our sales so that citizens are cared for. We will do this by making provision for a net addition of 490.6 million rand in expenditure for the 22-23 financial year. Although we have welcomed 85,000 more jobs in Q3, there are still too many people across this province who remain unemployed and who are unable to put food on the table for their families. And so through this adjustment budget, we will allocate 25 million rand in the short term to fund food relief initiatives. On the front lines in our communities, responding to the very real distress that families face, which includes the scourge of gender-based violence, our social workers are struggling with overwhelming caseloads. to help alleviate their burden so that they can continue to make inroads in helping and providing care for citizens, 43.9 million rand will be allocated to fund additional social workers and alleviate pressure on caseloads. Overall, MTEF, due to the ongoing public sector wage negotiations. Over the past few years, we've focused on maintaining fiscal sustainability through prudent cost of employment expenditure and headcount management. During the adjustment budget process, a differentiated funding approach was applied after considering the current financial position and headcount levels of each department. Going forward, the uncertainty caused by the ongoing wage negotiations continue. While we've welcomed assurance by national government to not pass the cost on of agreements reached to provinces, this commitment only extends to the 22-23 financial year, meaning we're not adequately able to plan over the medium term. We will, however, continue to engage with the national government in a bid to gain more certainty, and we will, of course, monitor the situation closely. While we do face uncertainty, this framework for hope guides us towards a future with economic growth that leads to opportunity and job creation. A future which is safe and nurturing, no matter where you live. A future where your life journey is full of care. In this relentless pursuit, as ever, we are guided by our North Star priorities of job, safety, and well-being, which are the key components for real change and our reason for hope. Chairperson, over the 2023 medium-term expenditure framework, as a result of changes in how the provincial equitable share is calculated, as I set out previously, we will be receiving 1.92 billion rand less for the horizontal division. Fortunately, over this period, additional allocations for service delivery pressures, as well as conditional grants allocated to provinces from the national government, will offset this decline marginally, allowing for a narrow 2.2% increase in funding for the province over the MTEF. The fact remains we are going to have to do more with much less, and we will do so. We will face these challenges head-on, guided by sound budget principles, which have stood us in good stead and which were pointed out by the Auditor General in the Consolidated General Report on National and Provincial Audit Outcomes for 21-22, when she said that, and I quote, "In 2021-22, the consistent positive pattern of prior years continued, reflecting an overall robust control environment with a solid and consistent pattern of good financial governance. This positive reflection highlighted the tone set by the accounting officers and authorities, instilling a culture of doing the right thing, being accountable, and improving controls as key elements in achieving and sustaining clean audit outcomes." Close quote. And our framework for hope will be guided by these principles as we first act to protect our core mandates to deliver life-saving and life-changing services such as healthcare, basic education, and social services. 2, as we embrace innovative solutions and focus on programs that maximize impact in our priorities of growth for jobs, safety, and well-being. And 3, as we act to enhance our government's productivity by ruthlessly focusing on doing more with less to deliver value for money projects. Overall, to give effect to this framework for hope, the medium-term budget policy statement has a total of 1.28 billion rand to spending over the next 3 years, bringing the total estimated expenditure for the Western Cape over the 23 MTEF to 230.82 billion rand. To give effect to this framework of hope and deliver on our priority of growth for jobs, we will add 466.5 million rand to the new infrastructure and mobility departments over the MTEF, while 257.3 million rand will be added to our education and health departments to expand critical infrastructure. Over the MTEF, we are planning to spend 31.17 billion rand on infrastructure in the Western Cape. The importance of infrastructure in facilitating economic growth cannot be understated. In fact, adequate and cost-effective infrastructure is a prerequisite for growth, with the National Development Plan targeting a 30% gross fixed capital formation contribution to GDP to ensure accelerated economic growth. And we, as government, are responsible for a significant portion of this gross fixed capital formation, with a third needing to come from the public sector. In the Western Cape, We are working hard to reach that third and pushing to reach 30%, because according to estimates, this investment in infrastructure could contribute an additional 88.8 billion rand to GDP. Which is why, after this adjustment, the Western Cape Government's infrastructure budget for 22-23 allocates 3.5 billion rand to economic infrastructure, 3.9 billion rand to social infrastructure, and 2.4 billion rand for various cross-district infrastructure allocations. This means that in 22-23 financial year, we have allocated 1 billion rand for education infrastructure, 823 million rand for health infrastructure, and 2.144 million rand for human settlements. And this infrastructure investment is spread across the Western Cape, with 3.6 billion rand allocated in the City of Cape Town, 637 million allocated in the West Coast District, 958 million rand allocated in the Overberg District, 935 million allocated in the Cape Winelands District, 1 billion rand allocated in the Garden Route District, and 325 million rand allocated in the Central Karoo District. With low levels of economic growth in South Africa, worsened now by load shedding, it's critical that we help unlock much higher levels of economic growth in the Western Cape so that we can create opportunity. To give effect to this framework of hope and to deliver on our safety priority, we will allocate an additional 200 million rand over the MTEF to continue the Law Enforcement Advancement Programme, ensuring that boots on the ground in crime hotspots continue to save lives. This means that over the MTEF, we will allocate just under 1 billion rand to LEAP. We do this firstly because we know that our citizens are not safe and do not feel safe, and they will not be able to live a life they value unless they feel safe and are safe. Secondly, we're investing in significant funds because the national government is not investing enough in safety. In fact, we now have fewer SAPS members per 100,000 residents than we did a decade ago. And as we continue to leverage our constitutionally mandated police oversight role to ensure that SAPS has the resources that it needs to do its job properly, the safety of our residents will continue to be an apex priority for this government. Prevention is another key focus in increasing safety. Using our rich health data, we will continue to implement targeted responses that work in our communities, such as strengthening relationships between caregivers, better support for youth at risk, reducing alcohol-related harms, and preventing gender-based violence. To give effect to this framework of hope, we will add 246.5 million rand to the wellbeing priority over the MTEF to support a comprehensive response to the very real social distress being experienced in our communities. This includes funding for an additional 170 social workers in the Western Cape. Overall, health and education will receive the lion's share of the Western Cape's budget, with a combined allocation of 168.69 billion, or 73.1% of the total budget over this period. And to make sure that we are prepared to respond to unforeseen events, we will also recharge our provincial reserves with 1.46 billion rand, so that if the unexpected occurs, we will be able to respond rapidly and decisively. I look forward to debating this budget and hope to hear constructive feedback and viable proposals on how we can collectively work even harder to ensure residents have access to opportunities to live a life they value. And in conclusion, Chairperson, we have a clear view of where we are going, our destination of a better future for our citizens. We have a framework of hope guided by our North Star priorities of delivering opportunity, safety, and well-being for our citizens. We have adjusted our sails in the face of significant challenges so that we remain on course and so that we are able to respond to the needs of our communities. And we will remain relentless in our pursuit of a future characterized by economic growth, opportunity, safety, and care. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I now recognize Honorable Dagun.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, we note from the order paper that the MEC for Finance will also be speaking at the end, and therefore I would like to ask at the beginning of my speech to please respond to two issues in particular. Number one, there's been a lot of fanfare about allocations to education, in regard to extra infrastructure. What I would like to ask is, will that infrastructure be ready by the beginning of the new school year? We cannot leave a single child behind. We need to make sure that every child has a place in school. So it's one thing to make announcements, but can you give this House that guarantee that the infrastructure will be ready for the 2023 school year? Secondly, I would request the MEC to respond as to why, given that in so many of the adjustment votes, there have been costs of employment returned back to the Treasury, given commitments around job creation and also looking at the initiatives that our President has taken in regard to public employment. What were the reasons why the Provincial Treasury and the Cabinet did not decide to use those savings from not having made appointments to actually embark on short-term public employment schemes, which clearly would bring relief to those in our province who are unemployed? What were the reasons that you did not do that? Because it's clear that the only public employment that this province talks about are the national ones, expanded public works, etc., which are nationally funded. This province does not allocate its own resources from provincial reserves to public employment. But, House Chair, when our Honourable Minister of Finance, Enoch Godongwana, tabled the 2022 medium-term budget policy statement, he quoted our former President Nelson Mandela. And I would like to quote again what our former President said, and I quote, "Democracy will have little content and indeed will be short-lived if we cannot address our socio-economic problems within an expanding and a growing economy. The quality of democracy in the Western Cape depends on the quality of the life lived by the people of this province. While we may seriously question the understanding of democracy and democratic practices by the governing party in this province, despite having the word democratic in their name, that is a debate for another day." So clearly the focus of today's debate should be on the socio-economic problems within an expanding and growing economy, as pointed out by former President Mandela. At a principled level, our country needs a serious debate about what our economy needs right now to ensure growth, employment, and reducing inequality. In this respect, I agree with the Honourable MEC when she said we need to have a frank conversation about it in this House, it being the cuts, but I would think that she would encourage a broader discussion as well. In fact, the MEC goes so far as to say that the consequences of not doing so, i.e. not having this frank discussion, will be severe, especially for the poor. Hopefully, and she will agree that the African, coloured and Indian population, the residents of our province and country, need the urgent attention. We have always maintained that the blaming and pointing of fingers in any direction will not help, and blaming is not going to help our people. The MEC in her input just made the point, for instance, about the low unemployment levels in the Western Cape. But I think we should be honest with each other that whichever party has governed the Western Cape post-1994, the lowest unemployment rates have always been in the Western Cape. In fact, when the ANC was governing, the unemployment rate was in fact lower than it currently is. But then I mustn't take cheap shots and be populist either, because we've at this period just emerged out of a COVID period. We are trying to grow the economy. But when one doesn't acknowledge those realities, one falls into a trap of populism and not actually focusing on what this province in particular needs to do, because blaming will not expand our economy. What we need to do is to reflect on the discussion on our government, I would argue, needing to spend more now to stimulate growth and employment, and to put measures in place to reduce the cost of living and the massive impact that the interest rate hikes are having on everyone, especially the middle class. That is a serious issue. So this whole debate about whether we spend more now to grow the economy or whether we simply fall into a fiscal austerity mindset without even debating what the impact would be of spending more to stimulate growth. If we simply close that debate down, I don't think we're going to be finding solutions, because often that debate gets dominated by so-called orthodoxies, and they don't actually provide solutions. One can only cite the classical austerity and the disastrous effect that it has in fact had on the UK economy recently. On a very practical level, though, our president has been leading from the front in ensuring we have a president in this country who respects the Constitution, is driving a renewal process, who respects the laws of our country, the rules of Parliament, and that is what guides us, and that is the difference that President Ramaphosa has brought, a commitment that all of us, whoever we are bound by the Constitution, the rules of this country. So let's have confidence in our democracy and how that particular matter will play itself out. On a very practical level, our president, in the wake of COVID-19 and the sluggish recovery of the global economy, he was emphatic that the growth and recovery plan must have certain critical elements. As a reminder, these are firstly, to achieve sufficient, secure, and reliable energy supply. Now, before laughter starts again on the other side, the issue is, what do we do as a country when there is serious sabotage of the national grid? Do we celebrate that because this is a sign of so-called ANC failure, or do we actually realize that as a country, if we have sabotage, if we have treason, and we don't deal with it? And I think all of us must acknowledge that the president has assisted greatly in ensuring that we have a more active and focused NPA, that the SIU is beginning to do its work, that SARS is in a much better situation than it was. And in a context such as Eskom, we need to understand how important it is to support the attainment of this reliable energy supply. And that is going to mean a just transition. There is no way that we can have the kind of coal resources that we have in the ground, which are now being exported to European countries, without a transition to renewables that is sustainable and based on a proper baseload. And that's why our energy plan includes mixed forms of energy supply. We have to, secondly, create, I'm talking now about the critical elements, and this is what the President has already delivered on, create and support over 800,000 work opportunities in the immediate term to respond to job losses. It has been our president that has ensured over 900,000 people, in fact, have been attached to public employment schemes linked to schools. Our argument is that this province has not done that, has not utilized those savings in a time of a lack of growth to boost public employment, to help our people. That's what we need. Ma'am? Can we not ask you to clarify the position of the Speaker, whether the Speaker is still the Speaker of the House? I'm sure you can make a very good ruling on that right away. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dagmo. I now recognize Honorable Murray.
Murray.
Usisi Loa.
The Scottish one. Thank you, Madam Chair. Our country is a sleeping giant, and she is unable to wake up. She cannot open her eyes because her very cells, the citizens and residents of this country, cannot provide her with the will that she needs to stand up and stand tall among her fellow continental giants, the USA, Britain, China, Brazil, and Australia. Her cells, which are the very building blocks of her body, are not able to perform their functions to the best of their ability because her organs are constantly being attacked by the cancers of violence, corruption, gangsterism, poor service delivery, criminality, and even indifference. Day by day, she edges closer to her dying day. As she sleeps, she takes solace from the cloak of deep blue that she wears, the color of the shoreline surrounding our coast, the color of hope, and the color of the Democratic Alliance. But Madam Chair,
there is something that is keeping this beautiful creature that we call South Africa alive. And that is her most vibrant and vital organ, her heart. Her heart, or the DA-led Western Cape, is punching well above its weight and helping to prevent these cancers from killing her entirely. Her heart, this heart of the giant, has most recently been provided with invaluable life support when the Provincial Minister of Finance, Murray Wenger, tabled the very welcome medium-term budget policy statement. Minister Wenger explained that the cells of this organ, or the people of this province, will be enabled to find meaningful work opportunities as almost 16 billion rand has been allocated towards the growth of the jobs priority for the 2022-23 financial year. What's more, over 324 million rand has been additionally allocated to the Provincial Department of Transport and Public Works, of which 196 million will be allocated towards improving transport safety and the Go George public transport system overall. This will ensure that each person can be transported to work and back safely. As I have previously said, the giant's heart punches well above its weight. This was evidenced by the release of the quarterly Labour Force Surveys report this week. The report highlighted that according to the expanded definition of unemployment, which includes both job seekers and those who are discouraged, that the province has the lowest unemployment rate in the country. Nationally, the average expanded unemployment rate sits at an alarming 43.1%. Whereas it stands at 29.5% in the Western Cape. This is 13 percentage points lower than the national average. The Western Cape has further seen a welcomed quarter-on-quarter decline in unemployment under the DA. In a statement earlier this week, I highlighted that there is certainly more that needs to be done to combat unemployment in this province. Without jobs, our residents are increasingly at risk of social, economic, and psychological harm. My question, Madam Chair, my question, Madam Chair, is if these cells are not able to work, how can we hope that our giant will ever wake up and stand tall? Having said that, if we look at the official unemployment rate, which considers those actively looking for work, the Western Cape once again has the lowest unemployment rate in the country at 24.5%, which is 8.4 percentage points less than the national average. Again, there is hope, and the heart of the giant is a testament to it.
You may sit, Honourable Member, there is a point of order. What's your point of order?
No, Honourable, welcome, Honourable House Chairperson, Mama Baku Force. I just want to know whether the Honourable Member is willing to answer a question. It's quite an interesting speech. Is she willing to answer a question?
You may.
I am not willing to take a question, Madam Chair.
Are you willing to take a question?
No.
Okay, you may continue.
Thank you. Again, Madam Chair, there is hope, and the heart of the giant is testament to it. The DA-led Western Cape government has further allocated an additional 128 million rand towards infrastructure projects, including roads. Infrastructure enables growth as it supports entrepreneurs to grow their businesses. It helps workers to get to their jobs and back, and it ensures that our learners arrive at school safely. That is why this organ is prioritizing building its very own chambers, its valves, and its vessels, ensuring that the cells of this heart are not left without purpose. The heart also understands that a job for the sake of a job is not enough. Each cell must be engaged in meaningful work opportunities, motivating them to continue their important functions. The heart knows that each cell, no matter where they are located, must be supported to achieve their utmost potential. We see this in the SMME Booster Fund, which prioritizes, among others, women. Last year alone, 54% of the program's beneficiaries were women-owned businesses. I also had the privilege of engaging with one of these beneficiaries firsthand when visiting a hair salon in Lesedi Square, Bredasdorp, during a cluster visit this year. What's more, almost 96 million rand was allocated this year to the Provincial Department of Economic Opportunities, Skills Development and Innovation Program. Among other achievements, the program supported 2,429 beneficiaries with skills development, each of whom received paid experiential learning opportunities, increasing their employability. These are very important drivers of growth and job creation, ensuring that the heart of the giant maintains its strong pulse. That is why 74.8 million has further been allocated to trade and sector development. This will ensure that this will be supported by the 2.5 million increase from the main budget. And it includes efforts to increase exports through developing relationships with businesses in international markets and increasing foreign investment into the province. Westgro has further secured 5.9 billion rand, which was committed last year, creating 4,445 jobs in the Western Cape. Speaker, jobs are critically important in creating a strong economy and ensuring that our comatose giant can finally wake up and be taken off of life support. We need jobs so that she can take her place as the economic hegemon of Africa. However, this is being impeded by the energy crisis. The giant's nervous system, Eskom, which is responsible for managing each electrical impulse in her body, is failing her. As Minister Wenger explained, this year we have lost a total of 2,932 hours of electricity, which could have been used productively, but we have lost it due to load shedding, which is not likely to end anytime soon. That is why this province, or heart, is pioneering the Municipal Energy Resilience Initiative, ensuring that our economy and its ability to create jobs are not hampered any further by Eskom. The Independent Power Producer Program in the Western Cape, which includes Excelsior Wind Energy Facility and Padercrol East Wind Farm, was further operationalized in 2022, and it has since seen a total of 139.7 megawatts brought online, considerably reducing dependence on Eskom. The Western Cape is further finalizing its Independent Power Producers Program's preferred bidder project, which will bring 785 megawatts online.
Honorable Member Marie, you may sit. There is a point of order. What's your point of order, Honorable Member?
Honorable House Chair, I rise on the point of order that the Honorable Member is reading the speech. Not supposed to be reading the speech. The rules don't allow to read the speech. You must, it's a speech. It's not a reading.
Thank you very much.
That's really not a point of order.
Honorable members, there is only one chair. There is only one chair in this house, Honorable Baku Force. There is only one chair. There is only one chair, Honorable members. Thank you very much. Honorable Member, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Western Cape is advancing into the implementation phase, with Stellenbosch Municipality being the first municipality to be provided with the transaction advisory support for municipal procurement of up to 50 megawatts by 2025. The City of Cape Town is also well underway with their procurement program, bringing online 200 megawatts by the end of 2025. We have also seen small-scale embedded generation programs produce 120 megawatts across the Western Cape's municipalities since December 2020. Municipalities' own renewable energy generation has since availed an additional 1 megawatt to Stellenbosch, Hessequa, and George. All of this means that our giant's heart will continue to beat strong, even if the ANC-led national government is trying their very best to clog our heart arteries with corruption, maladministration, poor service delivery, and much more. We see this particularly in that President Ramaphosa himself faces possible impeachment due to the scandal he tried to conceal on his Phala Phala farm. In conclusion, Madam Chair, while this beautiful giant remains unconscious, she dreams of the day when she will wake up. She knows that on that day, she will be draped in a cloak of DA blue. She will be able to muster the energy to finally stand up and be seen as the strong and formidable creature that she is by her fellow continental giants. She will draw from the strength of the wealth of her resources, which include her natural beauty, her plethora of fauna, flora, and minerals, her vast array of expertise and infrastructure, and the sheer diversity that defines her. The day will come when she will stand tall among fellow giants, knowing that her cells will be able to help her to recover from her diseases, and her body will help and have enough energy to finally awaken her. This day is inevitable, and it will happen when the DA takes over the union buildings in 2024. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Oh, there is a hand. Honorable Maran.
Thank you, Speaker. Interesting thing happened now. We are all very precise when it comes to observing rules. And I've noticed here that the whips on both sides frequently refer the speakers to rules. Now, Honourable Member Said referred to reading your whole speech, not occasionally looking at the paper, but just reading the whole speech, which is not in terms of the rules. And we laughed. Are we saying some rules are no more valid? Are you prepared to say we scrap some rules when it suits us? Or can we get the speaker, the acting speaker, to please tell us, by not addressing the issue with the member, I didn't interfere, but by not addressing it and telling the member, you're not supposed to read your speech, are you saying this House is scrapping that clause in the rules?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member Murray, for addressing the acting chairperson. May I recognize Honorable Makamba Boja.
Thank you very much. House Chair. House Chair.
You are audible, you may
Chair.
continue.
Okay, thank you very much, House Chair. I just want to make a just quick comment at the last member Murray, that he trying to do the financial year to change the inequalities of Western Cape. House Chairperson, on behalf of the EFF, the reason why the EFF will never welcome any budget tabled by the DA-led provincial government is because of this entrenched trend of passing a budget only for the same budget to end up being underspent, and we normally see it on annual reports every year. Their aim is to appear as if they are doing something, whereas in actual fact, there's nothing that is even being achieved as the target they set for themselves. Madam Chair, following the devastating effect of COVID-19, where thousands of people lost their jobs and various sources of income, this province is still environment for entrepreneurs to thrive and create job opportunities in this province. However, Madam Chair, the reality is that most of these entrepreneurs offer our people salaries Cape Town, where waiters and waitresses are paid from their daily gratuity or tips from customers, meaning that if that waiter or waitress did not make enough tips on that day, then he or she is as good as being a slave, since they won't even have transport money to go home or to come back home to work the following day. This is just one example of how desperate job seekers are subjected in this province. A report produced by the Department of Labour found that majority, which is 55% of employers in Western Cape, do not declare their employees to the Department of Labour. These employees deduct UIF money from the meagre salaries of employees only to keep the money for themselves. This illegal practice leaves employees in a destitute situation later when their employment is terminated as they cannot claim UIF. Madam Chair, we are told that health and education received the lion's share of the budget, totaling over 168 billion. However, we know by now that the situation in Khayelitsha Hospital and Mitchells Plain Hospital will never change as they will continue to remain underfunded. Madam Chair, a government that cannot guarantee a patient a bed, a doctor, a nurse, and medication in what should be a hospital facility is a failed government. To show that DA is running a failed government, come 2023, we still continue to have unplaced learners in schools, despite the Provincial Education Department being granted additional billions, but we'll see the giant, as the member Marie has alluded. Chairperson, by now, everyone knows that the safety plan is nothing but a pipe dream, as we've said before. One does not have to look further than the recent crime stats released for the second quarter, where the Western Cape, especially in Nyanga, Mitchells Plain,
Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
If original allocated budget of 400 million could not assist in eradicating crime in the province, Chairperson, I don't know what makes this government
Your time is up, Honorable Member. Thank you very much. Thank you. I now recognize Minister Mbombo.
Inkosi kakhulu sihlalo. Molweni bethu nana. The theme identified by Honorable Minister Wenger in her medium-term budget policy statement adjustment, it talks about a framework of hope, which follows the challenges South Africa is facing. Sihlalo, as we deliberate on this debate, it's part of 16 days of activism that talks about the elimination of all forms of violence against women and children and others who are vulnerable, under the theme Socioeconomic Rights and Empowerment to Build Women's Resilience Against Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Connect, collaborate, and contract. Just to remind the House that, unlike all other pandemics, South Africa had an AIDS pandemic. South Africa had a COVID pandemic. Out of those two, you'll find that there's been progress. But if you look in terms of the GBVF, it's the only pandemic that has worsened. And also the tools to eradicate it are so weak that we are even being dubbed as South Africa as one of the most violent countries in the world, where women and children are raped and murdered because they are women. Shame on us. So, Chair, whilst we are here, business as usual, we need to be reminded that 1 in 3 women every day, they lose their lives in the hands of men, which is the sons we used to love, now the men we hate because they are perpetrators. Second thing, Sihlalo, today is also World AIDS Day, under the theme, Equalize and Integrate to End AIDS. Again, South Africa has the highest number of people living with HIV. All these above pandemics that I've just mentioned, Sihlalo, there's a common thread. Economic factors as the major underlying contributor to these social ills that get actually absorbed by us health, and they end up becoming as a health problem. Thanks, Minister Wenger, for bringing hope through this budget to tackle some of these underlying factors. But I'll leave the details to for my colleague, Minister of Social Development, where we'll demonstrate that we have prioritized the socio-economic factors through this budget. We can't keep mopping the floor. Only we have to make sure that we close the tap as well. The high levels of unemployment, the poverty, the rising cost of living, the energy crisis, all of these cripple our economy, and all of these impact on overall well-being, and also the health status of all citizens, rich or poor. Chair, economy and health are twins. There are no binaries between saving lives and or improving our livelihoods. When our livelihoods are better through the healthy economy, as manifested in employment, food availability, diminished poverty, our lives are saved. When economy goes down, as it is currently, so is the health of the population, the health of the individuals, and the most hardest that being hit is the most vulnerable, Otani Sara and Nabantwana Babo. Chair, healthy economy, healthy population, and healthy profit. All those three go together. And also, it's also vice versa. Job losses means people are unable to feed their families. It means that even for those who could be able to feed their families, but it means that they don't have sound choices and options in order for them to bring healthy, nutritious meals when the food prices are skyrocketing. As I always say, health is wealth. Being healthy, unfortunately, can only be an individual's choice. It means that something needs to happen. It means that it also has got a political underpinning, a political choice, because it's at a political level that influences the socio-economic factors. That's what we call social determinants of health. It's about when you choose what type of the economic model, when you choose at a political level, at a national level, the investments and all of those, whether the economy should grow or not, you must know that it does have actually impact on health. As I indicated, Chair, health absorbs all of these, and we are expected to address these inequalities that are perpetuated outside the health system, but originated by political choice. Health is political. People go to bed hungry with no meals because of our national political choices. People, for the first time, Chair, in more than a decade, that we see malnutrition in children. It's not because these are the children or the families that do not feed their kids. It's because political choices that impact on the economy that we have. So the issue of the mental health state and total well-being of people, that has deteriorated. It has even surpassed all of the pre-pandemic levels. The crime, Chair, that has increased, as I've mentioned, with more women and children being killed every day. The other part, Chair, because I mentioned that is HIV/AIDS. We have seen where that the gains and the progress that we saw pre-pandemic when it comes to HIV, TB, STIs, that now you'll find that during the pandemic, more than 50% of the HIV testing has gone down. Almost 50% of the people initiating ARVs have gone down under the circumstances where people also hungry. Also, Chair, we have heard what the United Nations has indicated that in sub-Saharan Africa, every 2 minutes, actually in 2021, every 2 minutes there was an adolescent and a young girl who was getting infected, which makes it about 4,900 per week of the adolescent and the young girls that get infected. Without going into details in that, the health system is experiencing a marked increase in non-COVID service demands, as I alluded to. So it cannot be business as usual. It means that we have to dial whatever it must in order to be able to render these services. And unfortunately, Chair, as I alluded to, Health absorb all these inequalities. They are perpetuated outside the health system, or they might not be prioritized by other sectors, but we still have to absorb them. So that's why we've adopted a research strategy that talks health is everybody's business, which sets out the department's policy agenda and highlights our aspirations as we build back stronger. The rationale underpinning the strategy provides the key motivation. So that's why the department was renamed as a Department of Health and Wellness in order to accommodate these social ills that I've already mentioned. But Chair, this requires collaboration with other sectors. We cannot do it alone. We need all other departments. We need all the private sector and even individuals themselves. The post-COVID COVID made us to be wounded. We are wounded. We are a fragile health system. It actually even exposed more of these inequalities because sitting of nabe chola chole zonke ngoku ezinto zenzekayo. So with our strategic approach in this health is everybody's business, when we rebuild our system, it talks about service platform reform, where we have to redesign our service model based on evidence and data, learning from the COVID. So in order to focus on this quadruple burden of disease, for example, the issue of fast-tracking the surgical backlogs. It was never part of the whole system, but we have to do it because they've been left behind. The governance reform that talks about local geographic and overall policy alignment. Gone are the days where things are only happening probably at the district or a sub-district level. It has to go ward by ward so that we leave no one behind. And also to apply the principles of the WAS and the WOGA, because with the COVID, it taught us the hotspot strategy. The public policy reform, as I indicated, Chair, that we have to mitigate these social determinants of health. That's why we said, Department of Social Development, give them the money, because there's no way that will be able to resolve all other issues. So some things need to be happen. That's why we engage, we embark on a campaign, nothing about us without us, which is a 3 Bienepoti that has to talk in terms of the strengthening the pillar, the government, the political societies, which is through the mayors, MPs, and all of those, so that to participate, so that you know, in this house, some of you are the constituency heads in these areas. You have been part where we brought our government and then engage and talk about what are the programs and whatever that is happening, and also what are the challenges in some of these areas, so that we don't leave anyone behind.
Your time is up, Minister.
Yeah. So having said that, Chair, I'm really disappointed on the provincial equitable share formula. That we'll find that for Western Cape Department of Health is one that will be hugely impacted in the next MTEF because of what we have been doing, where we are trying to de-escalate the services to be in the communities.
You may say it now.
Yes, in the communities, but now we're being penalized for that. Thank you, Chair. See you on Monday.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister Mbombo. I now recognize Honorable August.
Honorable House Chair, the Western Cape Adjustments Appropriation Bills greatly disappoints on the basic principles of delivering services to the Western Cape and communities in which so much more can be done. The government continues ringing its own praises that is better than its national counterparts. The sad reality is that whilst it is blowing its own horn, it is failing people of this province daily by supporting dysfunctional policies and fueling priorities that do not speak or seems to address the needs of the people. Our people are poor, jobless, hopeless, futureless, and has surrendered their challenges. This government manages billions of public funds, but the very people who sacrifice so much to keep its coffers oiled are the ones who lose hope. Homelessness is on the rise. Where is the Department of Social Development? Crime is on the rise. Where is the Department of Safety and Security? Unemployment on the rise. Where is the Department of Economic Opportunities? Communities are broken and falling apart. Where is the Department of Arts, Culture and Sport? Sickness and health are on the rise. Where is the Department of Health? Where are all these departments that should invest in making a real-life impact on the people of this province? What are they doing as the statistics are speaking for themselves? This bill should champion the people's causes and should make funds available in accordance with the needs of them. The need is clearly the alleviation of socio-economic challenges. We address crime, health, well-being, safety, and security, as well as the future of our people. There are young men and women who will never own their own home, own car, or have a family. Why? Because their lives revolve around drugs. They survive on the economy of crime. They will never know or have access to a different life because the decision taken in this house is failing them. Let's not play house with the lives of millions of destitute, desperate, and hopeless people. The bill disappoints severely and could have been more impactful with tangible data-focused solutions. Instead, it creates an airy framework of guessing, and we will do more harm than good in the lives of our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable August. I now recognize Honorable Christians.
Thank you, House Chair. It is very concerning for the ACDP that the Western Cape is allocated less money with more people coming to the Western Cape. This is not sustainable, but this is a stark reality. Shockingly, the national government in the medium-term budget policy statement indicated that 30 billion rand will be provided to stabilize SOEs. Chair, the question must be asked, is this money going to bail out a failing SOE or is it going to disappear? For the past 20 years, these bailouts has proven to go down a big black hole, which amounted to 187.4 billion rand. According to the Zondo Commission, mostly of this money was looted and stolen. For example, 41 billion rand to bail out Transnet, 70% was on irregular contracts. In other words, Chair, money was stolen from the most vulnerable, from the poor and the most destitute. Chair, the ACDP welcomes the establishment of the cabinet-level Energy Council to coordinate the immediate action over the next year. This province cannot rely on the national government or ESCOM to resolve the energy crisis. The question is, when will this province be off the ESCOM energy grid, away from load shedding? It is sad to see the number of small businesses that has closed down. Just take a walk in the Golden Acre and see businesses, small business closing down. Let's come to safety. Initially, the ACDP was opposed to the LEAP officers program, but it's working at the moment. But at the moment, we believe it's only a stopgap. It's not sustainable to roll out money. We always believe that neighborhood watches, the communities empower neighborhood watches, and they will help assist because they stay in the community. They are there. When LEAP officers leave, crime then escalates. So we believe that neighborhood watches is the way to go. It was a pleasure being at the Chrysalis Academy on Saturday to see what a pleasant experience, to see that young men and women turn their lives around. What a 3-month program will do, transforming lives of our youth, and that's youth at risk. And we believe there was 208 graduates. Speaking to them, the way they speak, the way they present themselves was mind-boggling. And this should be duplicated to other areas so that not 208 graduates benefit, but more and more benefit. We saw, and I believe a duplication of this
You may
will
wrap
assist us.
up, Honorable Member.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Thank you very much, Honorable Members. I now recognize Honorable Nkondlo.
Enkosi Sihlalo. The ANC rejects this adjusted estimates appropriation bill B3/2022. We believe that it is laden with contradictions and in some instances downright hypocrisy. The MEC of this DA-led provincial government must be reminded that the challenges of this country and its economy started long before state capture post-1994, as the colonial and apartheid legacy is responsible for the path dependence that set the SA economic fate. And actually, the colonial inheritance of the Cape Colony that set the Western Cape ahead of others. Nothing about the scary DA that actually has demonstrated in this House how it is willing to moot injustice to a Speaker of this House and render this House toothless. How is it that only in the adjustment budget of 2022-23, the MEC announces a jobs for growth strategy at the tail end of this administration, whilst the Premier in his first State of the Province address promised a job for each household? Is this another DA drumming up its election campaign for 2024? Same with the Municipal Resilience Project. We are still awaiting to see an ounce of the megawatts, as we're told. If this provincial government is data-driven, it will realize or emphasize that 75% of public transport trips done per day in this province are done by our taxis. Our provincial economy needs a strong public transport system, and the DA in this province has been in denial about the taxi industry. In fact, when they do engage the industry, they approach it in a patronizing manner. The MEC announces 196 million for Go George, but nothing in place of the Blue Dot project, their own DA Blue Pet project. Instead, they point to the national government to intervene, as after the show has ended, the curtains have been drawn, reality kicks in. Put your money where your mouth is. The DA demands powers to be devolved on functions like public transport, yet they fail to be responsive to the growing demand of metros like City of Cape Town, George, to ensure their municipalities are agile in their integrated transport plans, MEC, issue permits timeously, and declare new routes expeditiously, so not to clog our roads and rather slow productivity of many who must sit hours in reaching their destinations during peak times. Please protect me. I'm not sure whether I've touched the MEC in his studio. What they do instead is to unleash a trigger-happy JP Smith.
You may sit down.
Thank you.
Honorable members on my right-hand side, you can heckle, but don't drown the speaker. And I think we've been doing well so far. Let's continue with the business of the day. Member, continue.
What they do is instead is to unleash a trigger-happy JP Smith, who is loaded with taxpayers' money from the safety plan to harass, intimidate, and impound taxis off the road as his way to show force. Talk about a spoiled brat with a new toy in his hands. Writing about this, Vanessa Farr, member of Women's International League for Peace and Freedom Network, and Leslie Green, a professor of anthropology in UCT, they ask, how has it come about that the city's traffic services now operate as a heavily armed municipal militia whose purpose appears to be to target those who have remained poor because the city has yet to address apartheid spatial planning and its entrenchment of poverty? In characterizing the JP Smith phenomenon, the article they wrote point to the plenty of parallels of decision-making in other parts of the world where the militarization of city policing is closely linked to the defense of white privilege, and where political parties like the Republicans in the US or DA in Cape Town allow powerful individuals continue tenure even when they risk the failure of democracy. In his 2017 book, Straight Talk on Trade, Harvard economist Danny Roderick, though not a defender of market-based economies, suggests, and I quote, markets depend on non-market institutions because they are not self-creating, self-regulating, or self-legitimating, close quote. Some of these non-market institutions for Roderick includes investment in transportation, communications and logistics, enforcement of contracts, and arrangements to bring distributional outcomes into conformity with social norms. Speaker, The ANC does not object to investment in Go George or even my city, although this too is limping under the DA in the city of Cape Town. What we do object to it is the systematic targeting of the taxi industry and what amounts to be choking the industry. We further ask that this budget is redirected to fund the continuation of the Blue Dot from the provincial reserves. We wish to highlight these glaring budget anomalies from this adjustment. A total of 609,451 million, that is over R500 million in under expenditure, 40.65 million returned by the Department of Transport and Public Works, initially identified for infrastructure, and 151 million transversely returned, and which was initially budgeted for compensation of employees. Furthermore, in the main appropriation, above 856 million, that is nearly 1 billion rand, was transversely budgeted for consultants, whilst 45.6 million was budgeted for training in Program 1, that is in the Leadership and Administration Program, a non-core function of each department. However, this adjustment budget does nothing to take focus of these non-essential services. While the ANC does realize that if we are to reduce consultants drastically, the services provided by consultants must be insourced as part of building capacity of the state and responding to the growing service delivery needs due to population growth in this province. We are concerned by the sluggish pace in which vacancies in the provincial government are filled, funds returned initially identified for COE as burden is left to the current staff to carry the workload. In my count, the MEC used the word opportunities at least twice in her speech last week. She spoke of promising opportunities and new opportunities. Yet we believe that she and this DA-led provincial administration are in denial about major opportunities related to the expansion and growth of our provincial economy in an inclusive way. There are opportunities in agriculture, township and rural small topies economies. We say denial because insofar as agriculture is concerned, the skewed broad DA data produced by their own provincial government highlights the vast potential for new and promising opportunities these sectors of our economy possess. In her Mero speech earlier in the morning before presenting this adjustment budget, the MEC said, and I quote, "As I am sure Minister Ivan Meyer will celebrate, the Mero also sets out how the agriculture, forestry and fishing sector in the Western Cape expanded, with this sector in the Cape Metro increasing by 8.9%, followed by West Coast at 8.6%. Overall, the expected growth in this sector was 8.3% in 2021, close quote. Less than an hour later, in presenting this adjustment budget, the MEC said absolutely nothing about the same agricultural sector she has just praised and recognized for its growth. However, the ANC believes that recognition must be given by this provincial government that the sustainability of the agricultural sector in the Western Cape rests on the shoulders of farm workers as the significant input to the productivity of this sector. Yet these are the people living in deplorable conditions, are landless, whilst they work and cultivate land for a meagre salary. This DA government is deaf on the plight of these farm workers regarding minimum wage and their basic living conditions, but will run and allocate funds for rural safety to protect commercial farmers and landowners that are predominantly white. We have been here, even in the last administration, making a call for township and rural economies to be given recognition in the growth plans of this province. All this fell on arrogance of whiteness, hell-bent to offer our black communities and their consumption currency for donation to the big retail friends, the pick and pays under some charade of market store owners, where to date such has been stopped abruptly with no close-off report brought to the standing committee of yet another failed DA gimmick to the plight of the poor. As policymakers, we must recognize that when we speak of expanding the economy, we mean expanding the formal economy, because the informal economy exists and we continue to deny it and ignore it at our own peril as policymakers, especially here in the province. The expansion of the formal economy to include the township economy, to rural economy, and even taxi industry allow for the growth in the tax base. We know why before Pero and Mero were scientific-driven exercise. Today, the research according to the DA's political agenda. However, when we read between the lines, even these politically driven research exercises, we note that, for example, the informal employment accounts for nearly 19% of employment in the province. Private households accounts for the highest contributor of informal employment, accounting for nearly 56% of total employment, while not surprisingly, transport services and trade as informal employment account for nearly 25%, a quarter each to total employment. These statistics alone make a case for the township and rural economies, but without a focus by this administration on these, we will never know the true extent of the potential held by these to expand and grow our formal economy. The ANC cannot support this budget vote.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Thank you very much, honorable member. I now recognize Minister Fernandez.
Honorable House Chairperson, to all the honorable members in the House and on the virtual platform, good afternoon. As we recognize 16 days of activism, I am appealing to this august House to reflect on the significance not only of 16 days, but our nation's response to gender-based violence and femicide 365 days a year. On the 11th of December 2019, the Ministry within the Department of Social Development launched a gender-based violence and femicide multi-sectoral working session to declare 365 days of action and not only 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children. We have steadfastly stuck to this commitment for the last 3 years and will continue to do so given the high levels of violence still prevalent in South Africa. But it is during this period of 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children that the spotlight on the scourge of GBVF is even brighter. During this period, I urge us all to look at interventions with the public and private sector, along with communities and civil society, which we can and must implement to protect and support the most vulnerable members in our society. The latest crime stats presented by the National Police Minister reveals that GBVF is spiraling out of control. Between July and September this year, sexual offense incidents increased by 11% nationwide. Honourable House Chairperson, on the 20th of October 22, the Western Cape government held its first provincial summit on gender-based violence and femicide. The summit was convened with the aim of taking stock of progress made in implementing commitments made through the National Strategic Plan on GBV to address the scourge in the country and to provide input to the Presidential GBV Summit that was held early in November 2022. The hybrid summit was attended by 1,485 delegates online, along with participants at in-person satellite venues in George and Robertson. Attendees discussed the different pillars of the NSP as reflected on and the extent to which the Western Cape had progressed in implementing the related commitments on the various pillars. So much progress has the province made. The Western Cape government has proactively put in place measures to localize the NSP by developing a Western Cape government GBV implementation plan for all our departments. The core objective of the plan is to assist province with its planning, implementing, coordinating and monitoring of essential actions and services for the prevention and mitigation of GBV across the Western Cape. The province established a GBV transversal group consisting of GBV champions from each department. This transversal group includes all departments and reports monthly on high-level matters relating to GBV. At a local government level, Swartland Municipality is an example of best practice, as it has mobilized one ward committee member of each of the 12 ward committees to become GBV ambassadors to conduct education, awareness and community support on gender-based violence and femicide. Ambassadors work with ward councillors and relevant stakeholders. They also coordinate activities with the gender focal person within the municipality. The Swartland area-based team forms part of the Western Cape Government's safety plan, which allows communities to be actively involved in addressing violence against women and children, working hand in hand with government and key stakeholders. At the same time, we are hoping that other municipalities will take their cue from Swartland and replicate this best practice. Various other multi-sectoral bodies and structures have been put in place to ensure coordination and to strengthen accountability. These include, but are not limited to, a Western Cape Government GBV Technical Work Group, the Provincial Gender Justice Forum, the Provincial Victim Empowerment Program Forum, which meets quarterly, is another useful platform. And then we also just opened an additional 6 GBV shelters. Sadly, our colleagues in Gauteng had to return their 6 shelters because the Department of Social Development could not come to an agreement with Provincial Public Works in that province. So this is just a snapshot of some of the bodies and structures that we have put in place to ensure that we don't just talk the talk, but actually walk it. Unlike national government that promised to set up a national council to tackle GBVF, yet 4 years later, it is still not up and running and is mired in contention. It would be remiss of me to say that at the Free State GBV Summit, a male beat up a female official at an actual summit, and a similar incident happened at the National GBV Summit. I would ask us to beg the Honourable House Chairperson, I am speaking the truth because gender-based violence cuts across all provinces and the country. We have come a far way, and it has helped identify gaps in systems on a provincial and national level, which requires urgent addressing. The Western Cape Women's Shelter Movement highlighted a security risk relating to their work, stating that load shedding, another failure of the ANC-led national government, is increasing the risk faced by its shelters and many facilities housing vulnerable individuals. A shelter in Fishoek had to fork out an extra 25,000 rand this year to keep its security system up and running to ensure. Would you stop interjecting, please?
Honourable
Chairperson.
Minister, can you
Protect
sit
me.
down? Can you sit down?
And this is.
Honourable member, come. Please make sure that you don't have a conversation with a member that is on the podium so that we can continue. Okay. Honourable Minister, you can continue.
This is just one of many, as most of the shelters are plagued by the same or similar problems. Other challenges that are hampering intervention efforts include services provided by SAPs that are not up to standard. Victims often complain of insensitive and uninformed officials. Collaboration and building of relationships too require resourcing, Honourable House Chair, and there are too few resources. Civil society organizations do not have additional resources to allocate to interventions to aid their participation in national platforms and processes to address GBVF. The private sector thus has an important role to play and support and resource collaboration between CSOs and government. The Department of Social Development has support and prevention programs in place for boys and men, but it has been woefully inadequate. Often the voices of men are silent when it comes to gender issues. Prevention needs to focus on boys, especially boys who are victims of violence. Research suggests that the analysis that 65% of adult cases of GBV are physical violence, but this increases to 85% amongst teenagers. Yet despite these challenges, we remain resolute in continuing the fight. The framework of hope requires us to have more courageous conversations, like the ones I got to be a witness to at FAMSA's office in Khayelitsha last month. Men who participated in FAMSA's fatherhood program shared how they were able to deal with multifaceted challenges such as depression, patriarchy, violence meted out on them by their partners in their homes, and all of this in a safe space by speaking to other men and receiving counseling from social workers. I was moved when one man spoke about how these sessions motivated him to start his own NPO in Mufuleni, where he helps other men and young boys in schools to steer clear of violence. We need more of these interventions. We need more men like him. Programs like these, including our parenting programs in which DSD and NPO staff train and equip parents with the necessary skills needed to navigate the important parenting roles, are imperative to promoting healthy homes and healthy communities. Honourable House Chair, post-COVID, the key drivers of interpersonal violence can be attributed to poverty, unemployment, and mental health challenges, amongst others. However, the government's recovery plan focuses on jobs, safety, and well-being. As part of the framework of hope, DSD has been allocated 25 million, which the Sustainable Livelihoods Programme will be utilising for food relief for social relief of distress. The department has also subsidised an additional 90 shelter beds just this quarter, bringing the total number of subsidised shelter beds to 2,298. Honourable House Chair, I'm pleased to announce that we are now in the process of filling vacant posts, many of which are for social work professionals, which will be placed in safety hotspot areas where crimes against women, children, and interpersonal violence is rife. In closing, House Chairperson, I wish to extend my thanks to the Minister of Finance and Provincial Treasury for providing a framework of hope to DSD, which will in turn benefit the most vulnerable in communities across this province. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I now recognize Honourable Murray. I don't know if he's online. Okay, Honourable Murray have left the House. I'm going to continue with the list. Member Mackenzie, I recognize you, sir.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Today, honourable members, we debate the Western Cape Adjustment Budget against a backdrop of massive political uncertainty in this country. And Honourable Dagmar asked a very important question earlier when he started the debate. I'm going to quote him, Honourable House Chairperson. He said, on a principled level, we need an honest debate about what's needed to identify / I missed that word, Honourable Dagmar, but what he basically meant, what needed to fix the country right now, on a principled level, to paraphrase Member Dagmar. And I can honestly say, Deputy House Chairperson, during the adjustment budget vote, what's needed to fix the challenges, as Honourable Dagmar asked this House earlier on, is an early elections. Honourable House Chairperson, despite the uncertainty facing this country, the DA-led Western Cape government has consistently remained the best performing and the most stable government in this country for years. And this budget adjustment framework for work is no different. As the Honourable Minister said, infrastructure is a key driver for growth. And I'm extremely proud that this Western Cape government has taken this framework for hope for infrastructure seriously, unlike other governments in this country. As we've seen recently, the government infrastructure investment can be visibly seen in the quality of our roads and the quality of our infrastructure that is being built. We saw the new housing development in Mitchell's Plain that Minister Tertius Simond opened the other day. And just yesterday, I took a walk around the streets of Mitchell's Plain where our government is busy building new roads. The quality of the roads that are being built in Mitchell's Plain is far more than the quality that's being built in other provinces. That is the partnership between the city and the Western Cape government. The
Honourable member, just sit down. Honourable members, starting with the leader of the opposition, can we not drown the speaker so that we can hear all of us? Thank you very much. Honourable member, you can continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. A road that starts with an R is a regional road, in case the honourable members didn't know. But the quality of the roads that are being upgraded and built in the Western Cape is far better than the quality of the roads that are being built in other provinces. There's a difference between us and the ANC. Honourable members, there are some in this House who would like to take us backward rather than forward. It'll be remiss of me not to talk on the matters of what happened in the taxi industry 2 weeks ago. It was one of the worst strikes we have seen in a long time. In fact, this House must condemn it. And I'm proud of the members of the Standing Committee of Transport and Public Works that actually condemned this blatant attack on our economy. It's completely unacceptable and should never happen again in this province. It is sad indeed that the ANC in the Western Cape did not condemn this blatant attack on our economy. It is sad that we now know what we always know, that the ANC do not care for the people of the province. Honourable House Chairperson, this actions over the last week was the most indefendable things that we have not seen in a long time. In fact, the Blue Dot Taxi program is the best program ever created by any government since 1994.
Honourable members, just sit down. I think Honourable Member Dagmo, we listen to you. Honourable Member Nkondlo, we listened. Honourable members, let's give each other a chance to debate so that we can continue with the business of the day. Don't drown, heckle, don't drown the speaker so that we can all listen. And those communities that are online also can hear what is the member saying, like they listened to you when you were on the podium. Over to you, member.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Blue Dot program is the best government program ever created since 1994 to professionalize the taxi industry by the DA-led government. It is the first attempt created by the government to bring the taxi industry into a fold. I want to thank our colleagues in the Western Cape government, Minister Mitchell, for this groundbreaking initiative. Unfortunately, and the predecessor Madikizela, yes, it's true, Honourable Dagmo, unfortunately, the national government and the ANC government, despite numerous attempts by our colleague, Honourable Minister Mitchell, to get funding for this program, they blatantly refuse to assist us in funding this program. This blueprint, called the Blue Dot, should be a program and a blueprint for national government to finally fix the taxi industry that has been in chaos for the last 100 years. But instead of our honourable members in this House supporting us, writing to the national minister to ask them to fund it, they have been quiet about it. Like we said, the ANC don't care about the people of this province. If the national government has the political will, they would have funded the Blue Dot program, but they don't have the political will, honourable members. Honourable members, you know, our economy cannot function without a functioning rail system. Just this morning, I took a walk to Cape Town Station. It is truly sad to see our trains not running effectively. The great Shoshaloza Mail has not been running for months. Our long-distance transport workers, a total of 4 transport workers who works in the long-distance trains, a total of 450 overall staff with 100 dedicated specifically for Shoshaloza Mail, idling and not doing any work. Today is the 1st of December, honourable members, the start of a festive season, the busiest period of the month, but people can't get to the Eastern Cape because the trains are not running. That is the reality. Despite that, the Western Cape government continue to invest in infrastructure. And what did we hear about the silence of the workers from the silence of the union-driven ANC colleagues? Nothing. That's why we say the ANC don't care about the people of this province. Not one of them have condemned the fact that 100 people are sitting at Cape Town Station employed to work on the trains, but they're not working. The ANC don't care about the people of this province. As the DA, we take this very seriously. We take this very seriously, and now we've taken matters into our own hands. Our Western Cape government, conjunctly with the City of Cape Town, are making progress with a feasibility study to devolve rail. The study that began in July this year has now reached critical inception in one of the milestones that they reported. The devolution of rail to the city and functioning governments will happen whether the national government likes it or not. In completely expected news, I've just heard from my colleague, member Gillian Bosman, they Transnet freight rail. They entice the private sector to come and help them to fix the rail. Out of 19 bidders, this is under Ramaphosa, I'm not sure if he's president or not yet, under 19 companies, only one has been shortlisted. It is crazy how every project the government has in relation to the economy, investment or jobs ended up like this. Honourable members, coming to the third biggest mode of transport, the buses. A terrible and horrible attack on Intercape the last few months, 150 attacks, and to this day, we have not seen the action plan of National Minister Mbalula on how to fix this. He defied 2 court orders in a row. The ANC Western Cape has been silent on this matter. That's why we say they don't care the people of this province. Honourable members, infrastructure is key for this province. And a tax on infrastructure is unacceptable. But I want to thank Honourable David Mania on his new rapid build program that he launched. In fact, in Afrikaans, it's called die vinnige bouprogram. So I will describe Honorable David Meiner as vinnige Fani. In this vinnige Fani program, over 842 new schools were built, providing 26,000 classrooms. And I always have to say, and I must say, I appreciate the intent endorsement by Member Dagmo, because they're happy about this, but they want it to happen fastly, including the Deputy Finagafani, Deputy Honorable Said. And they are saying, and I quote from Minister Fai's Twitter page, he said that Honorable Minister David Meiner, aka Finagafani, must speed it up. And I would like Honorable Minister Sali, who's now I refer to as a junk Finagafani, to run faster, because Minister Meiner already used his spade and he toiled the soil in 2 schools already. So a junk Minister Fani must run faster to keep up with Minister Fani. So the Western Cape government has shown that, the Western Cape government has shown that we can contribute greatly.
You take your seat. I recognize you,
Say it is
member.
the minister.
Chair, Honorable Chair, I don't know whether the new minister, Fani or
Honourable
Sali,
member, you
who is
know
Member
better.
Mackenzie
Is that
referring
the
to?
point of order or
No,
not,
it's just
honourable
point of
member?
order because such a member doesn't exist. Maybe he can
There's no
say who
point
he
of
is
order
referring.
like that. You
But
know
just be
better,
clear so
honourable
we
member.
know. Then we can
Honourable
see.
member, take your seat. Take your seat. Honourable member, continue.
Sorry, I just was making the point, Deputy Speaker, that he's saying that the program must be speed up. But Minister David Meiner has already sped up the program. He already used a spade the other day and dig the ground. So the junk Minister Fani must speed up and meet Minister Fani where he's busy with. The DA applauds the Western Cape government for their continued investment in infrastructure. Infrastructure creates jobs, and this is what the DA national government continues to do, as opposed to hiding the money in the couches in national government. The DA fully supports the budget adjustment, and anyone voting against this budget is voting against the people living in the province. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mackenzie. I now recognize Honourable Brian Case.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The Western Cape government adopted estimates appropriation bill. It's a clear indication that the province is spending the budget effectively, especially in areas where most needed. It has become the usual practice of the DA government when it fails to deliver, to put the blame on national government. This province is only delivering superfluous statements on its performance. The talks about reviving the economy and to create viable opportunities for economic growth in areas where needed, such as the development of tourism in townships and in the rural areas, are not happening. The plight of overcrowded schools is not being dealt with effectively. Money is spent on unnecessary court cases against progressive teachers like Mr. Wesley Newman and educators who are supporting him. Instead, we see no drop in the high crime rates, and don't blame national government. There's a clear lack of an effective plan on how to deal with crime effectively. There is only a plan and a budget to how effectively welcome and protect tourists to the province. The formation of the Western Cape government's tourism unit, yes, we do need to provide safety to tourists, but there are sharp discrepancies when it comes to the safety of our people in townships like Nyanga, Hanover Park, and Delft. The estimates appropriation bill is not prioritizing the needs in crucial areas such as health, education, crime, and housing, and economic growth on the Cape Flats. Al-Jamaa does not support this anti-poor bill. Instead, the Western Cape must look at giving each and every ward in the Western Cape province a proper budget of 500 million rand. I thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, honourable members. You don't have to be excited. I now recognize Honourable Lecker.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me start off my address by noting the absence of the Premier of the province in the House. As the ANC, we raised serious concern about the absence of the Premier in last week's sitting when this province adjusted estimates appropriation bill was tabled. This continues the trend that the Premier consistently undermines this House and refuses to take accountability and oversight in this House seriously. The Premier chooses a breakfast with EU diplomats over fulfilling his constitutional duties in this House. As the Honourable Mayor continuously reminds this House, IC is also absent, and maybe he should remind his Premier that you can have a plan and a policy, but if you have no budget to back up that plan or policy, then it becomes meaningless. The Premier exposed his lack of understanding the political importance of the
member, may you take a seat?
Thank you.
Minister, Mayor, is there a point of order?
Thank you, Honourable Loud Chair. I hear that the Chief Whip of the ANC says I'm absent. I'm in this meeting. I'm on a virtual platform. I'm listening. I'm taking part in this debate.
Is that a point of order?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy. I recognize you.
Honourable House Chair, no, thank you very much for the intervention by the possible incoming Premier on that one.
Honourable Chair, I've got higher ambitions than that since there's no precedent in South Africa.
Frivolous interjection. Honourable members, come on. Honourable members. Honourable Member Bosman. Honourable Member Sayed. Member Lekker, may you sit down?
Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Member Bosman. Honourable Member Sayed. Interjection, like I said, and I cannot continue to say interjection is allowed, but don't drown the speaker. And your Chief Whip is addressing us. At least give her that due respect. Honourable Lekker, over to you.
I see Honourable Mayor has logged in from wherever he's logging from. I don't know where he is. The Premier exposes lack of understanding the political importance of tabling of the Mero and the adjusted appropriate bill when he chose a breakfast over coming to this House for the first reading. The reality which MEC Wenger must face is that Captain Windy has abandoned his ship as he makes his way for his successor. It is hard to point out any instance where the head of an ANC executive chose to stay away from the tabling of a budget in Parliament or a provincial legislature. The MEC and her fans complain about the skewed data when determining the provincial equitable share, yet she and the rest of her caucus cannot link other instances of this skewed data to their federal agenda and devolution drive. Only recently did the Premier realize that the Western Cape will suffer if the people of the province did not participate in the census. This is what happens when you encourage federalism and Western Cape independence. So while the MEC may well complain about skewed data in clinics, the ANC thinks she should have bigger worries when the results of Census 2022 are released. The MEC then goes on to mention a new growth for job strategy. Well, this is because the old one, which was 2 years old, did not work. In October 2020, the Premier stood up in this House and announced his economic recovery plan. At SOPA again this year, the Premier mentioned his October 2020 address to this House, setting out his government's priorities for recovery. Let us remind ourselves of what the Premier promised. On that day, he promised to create, and I quote, 20,000 jobs through rapid interventions, including 26 private sector investment than currently in the pipeline, I end quote. A mere 4 months later, in February 2021, reading is sober again, we heard nothing about 26 rapid interventions, and by then only 7,500 jobs were created, far from the 20,000. At SOPA this year, even though he was proud to announce his administration's failed recovery, we heard neither of the 26,000 rapid intervention nor about how many of the actual 20,000 jobs were actually created. But one supposes that in October 2020, the Premier believed that the state does play a role in creating jobs. That's why he made the promise. But today, the DA uses the excuse the private sector creates jobs to recover their broken promise. Speaker, the ANC wishes to remind the DA, its Premier, and the MEC that more boots on the ground will not address the challenge of crime. That's apartheid thinking. Even worse still, throwing 200 million to LEAP, which existed long before this Premier and his safety plan exist, will not help. If they had allocated 200 million to strengthening and supporting community policing CPFs, then maybe the ANC would have said provincial government is making progress. The same can be said about health and education. While the MEC recognizes that health and education receive the lion's share of the budget, it comes as a surprise to her that it is the trend in all provinces that is because education and health are core competences of a provincial government. Politics 101. Yet, take education at the beginning of this year, 17,000 grade 1 and grade 8 learners were not placed in schools. 8,500 grade 2s and 7s and 9 to 12 that requested transfers were not placed. This disaster eventually led to the resignation of the MEC. Although you did not tell us, we know. The same train smash is waiting to happen at the beginning of next year, but the DA is incompetent of listening to proposals and solving this challenge. Why? We must not fool ourselves.
Your time, Nisa.
It is politics. The ANC rejects this adjustment budget. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now recognize Honorable Member Bartman.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Fellow Western Cape residents. Today, House Chair, I would like to actually speak about the art of doing mundane tasks. There are chores in our lives that we simply need to do. It needs to get done whether you like it or not. We make our beds, we do the dishes, we take out the rubbish. Because you see, House Chairperson, if you are not able to do the small things in life, how will you be able to do the big things? And it is because of over the years, the Western Cape has been systematically making its bed, doing its dishes and taking out the rubbish, that it has been able to focus on the big issues, infrastructure, growth, and fighting for our fair share of the national budget. And today I would like to reflect actually on the etymology of the word mundane, which stems from the Latin word mundus, meaning ordinary and worldly, essentially an everyday matter. What is interesting is this word then comes from the translation of the Greek word cosmos, which while in mathematics it refers to the physical universe, but originally actually meant orderly arrangement. So when the Western Cape tells you that all departments in the Western Cape government received unqualified audits for the 2021-2022 financial year, it is not an achievement to ignore. Because if you make your bed, if you do the dishes and take out the rubbish, you can focus on attending the netball games and piano recitals. You can focus on reading to your children before bed, and you can focus on the things that matter. Because if you do not deal with the mundane tasks in your life, your space will become cluttered. You will not have an orderly arrangement. It was Victoria Moran that said, quote, "A simple life is not seeing how little we can get by with, that's poverty, but how efficiently we can put things first. When you're clear about your purpose and your priorities, you can painlessly discard whatever does not support these, whether it is clutter in your cabinets or commitments on your calendar. Quote closed. House Chairperson, the Western Cape did not just wake up and all of a sudden have 100% of unqualified audits in its departments. The province was clear about its purpose and its priorities, and we then painlessly discarded whatever does not support these. An unqualified audit outcome does not happen overnight. You need strong and ethical leadership and the culture of accountability that the DA has instilled in the Western Cape government. The reasons for this is because we are dealing with the people's money. It is not President Ramaphosa's money. It's not Minister Godongwana's money. It's not even Premier Wendy or Minister Wenga's money. It's the people's money. The state is funded by the taxpayer through income tax, through VAT, through fuel levies and the like. And the beneficiaries of this money are the people of South Africa because it is the people's money. So when national government allocates us provincial equitable share, they are not doing us a favor. It is the people's money. We need to make sure that we have a level of financial responsibility so that we can deliver services efficiently in the Western Cape. House Chairperson, we saw in the Zondo Commission report, ANC politicians love seeing money go down the drain, but money needs to come from somewhere and it does not grow under mattresses. And if you want more money to do the big things, you first need to get the small things right. You need to do the mundane tasks. Because we have become so good at making our bed, cleaning our dishes and taking out the rubbish, that we have indeed been able to focus on the big things, like adding an additional 1.28 billion rand to the provincial government spending over the next 3 years, bringing total expenditure of the 2023 MTEF to 230.82 billion rand. This includes 31 billion rand on infrastructure projects, an additional 200 million to continue the law enforcement advance plan, also known as the D project, an additional 168 billion over the MTEF for health and education, with these two departments controlling 73% of the budget for this period. The Western Cape Education Department will be constructing an additional 842 classrooms in the current financial year, far exceeding the construction of 212 classrooms last year, also known as the Rapid Build Project. And Honourable House Chairperson, for those who don't know, this is like building the equivalent of almost 70% more than what Gauteng announced. And by the way, on the 27th of November, House Chairperson, the ENCA news channel published that 35,000 grade 1 and grade 8s in Gauteng still needs to be placed. The House Chairperson, when you are clear about your purpose and your priorities, you can painlessly discard whatever does not support your priorities. Minister Wenga has tabled a framework for hope because she has clear purpose and clear priorities. House Chairperson, sometimes when you do as well as the Western Cape government, you become a victim of your success. The population growth in the Western Cape is progressing at a rapid rate, with Stats SA projecting an increase of more than 460,000 people for the period for 2021 to 2026, which will increase service delivery pressures in the province. And it is important for us to remain resolute in our clarity of purpose and priorities. It is difficult, however, when despite being financially responsible, you are facing budgetary cuts and cost of living increases. While we received an additional increase for public wages as part of national contingencies, in the actual Division of Revenue Adjustment Bill on page 4, when you go look at the actual bill, the Western Cape did not receive a cent in terms of the provincial equitable share for service delivery. The revisions to the provincial equitable share formula will also see the Western Cape over the MTEF period lose over 500 million rand in the health vote. And we are in this dire situation because the ANC-run national government is not clear about its purpose or its priorities. Those who make their beds, clean their dishes, and take out their rubbish are now being punished for cleaning their house too well. Those who are good at cleaning must not be punished, Honourable House Chair, because what the ANC also fails to learn and continually fails to understand is that if you aren't good at the mundane, if you aren't good at the ordinary, you will fail at being extraordinary. House Chairperson, I thank you.
Before you get a heart attack, thank you, Nya.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member Lega. Honorable Member Lega.
Member Maran.
Would you like me to speak to more?
Member Leggett, can you please switch off your mic there?
Oh, God.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Minister Wenger.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks very much to the members for their contributions to this debate. I've taken note of the comments, and in response to some of them, to Honourable Dugmore, we have a careful compensation of employee strategy, which allows departments in a differentiated way to mobilise their human resources as they need for service delivery. It also provides a fiscal buffer from uncertainties year on year, which I'd already spoken about. On the school infrastructure, I know my colleague Honourable Mackenzie has already mentioned it, but it is very important to reiterate that Minister Mania has announced last week a very ambitious school build program, which aims to deliver 842 additional classrooms, which is space for 26,000 learners at least. And this again emphasizes the importance of infrastructure, especially social infrastructure. For this, we've provisioned R1 billion for education infrastructure and 2.14 billion rand for human settlements. I'd like to thank Honourable Murray for sharing information on the public employment program through our skills development program, which has been hugely successful. Minister Mbombo, thanks very much for sharing your concerns, which I share with you about the health component of the provincial equitable share, and that is something that we do need to tackle head on. I think Honourable August missed the jobs numbers that came out yesterday, so let me repeat: 85,000 jobs created in Q3 and 203,000 jobs created year on year. Honourable Christians, I agree with his inputs as well. Instead of spending money on SOEs to bail them out, give that money to provinces for service delivery. And I note his comments on neighbourhood watches. I'd like to thank Minister Fernandez, Honourable Mackenzie and Honourable Bartman for their contributions to the debate. And to Honourable Brinkhuis, I'm not quite sure how he could say that we're not prioritising safety. We're spending R1 billion over the MTEF to put more boots on the ground in crime hotspots. Yeah. If that's not prioritising safety, I don't know what is. And it's precisely to subsidise national government failures. And yes, we are continuing funding a very small unit for the tourism unit, but that's R2 million, which is in addition to the R1 billion for crime hotspots. And we do that in those areas where tourists, both local, domestic and international, go to visit, because tourism is a job creator. It supported 175,000 jobs in 2019. And so we need to make sure that we can grow our tourism sector so that we can create jobs. In response to Honourable Lecker, I think she also missed the jobs numbers. So let me repeat: 85,000 jobs created in Q3 and 203,000 jobs created year on year. And I'd like to also then re-emphasise the point that tax collected does not belong to the national government. It belongs to the citizens of this country. It is their hard-earned blood, sweat and tears. And that includes citizens of this province, and us as public representatives of the people of the Western Cape ought to fight. We have to fight for our fair share of that funding in order to make sure that the citizens of the Western Cape can equally be cared for. Then in response to Honourable Nkondlo, she's quite right. Premier Windi, in his maiden state of the province address, did promise job creation. And the Western Cape government has continued to have this as a priority. That has not changed. But we did have a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. And so the government embarked on a recovery plan to make sure that our job creation priority could stay on track. We're now transitioning from recovery to growth through the Growth for Jobs strategy. So we can move from immediate recovery of jobs lost to jobs through growth. And that shows the agility of this government. And it reminds me of a quote from John F. Kennedy, who said that change is the law of life. And those who look only to the past or the present are certain to miss the future. And that is why we have set out a clear framework for hope, detailing how we will continue on our path from recovery to growth by allocating funds across the departments of this government, guided by our priorities of jobs, safety and well-being, towards a better future for the people of the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Order, members. Members, that concludes the debate on the consideration. Order, members. That concludes the debate on the consideration of the principle of the bill. Are there any objections to the approval of the principle of the bill? Members, honorable members, order. Members, order, please. We do not want the same situation as earlier today, so please pay attention. Are there any objections to the approval of the principle of the bill? Objections noted. Mr. Pogenpo? Mr. Pogenpo? Pogenpo? Order, members. Pogenpo. Yeah, the next order. Oh, yes. Sure. Honorable members standing, are you coming or are you going? Thank you very much, members. Thank you very much. Order, members. Can we move along? The Secretary will now read the bill.
Western Cape Adjustments Appropriation Bill.
Thank you very much, Secretary. The House will then now further deal with the separate votes onwards. The Secretary will now read the second order of the day.
Consideration of report of the Standing Committee on Social Development on the Children's Amendment Bill, B18D 2020 NCOP.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Order, members. The House received the report of the Standing Committee on Social Development on the Children's Amendment Bill, conferring authority on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP to support this bill. This mandate has been sent to the NCOP. I will now afford parties an opportunity to make a declaration if they so wish, and it will be a 3-minute declaration per party. I now recognize the ANC.
Incoming Speaker.
Incoming Speaker. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, the ANC supports the Children's Amendment Bill. The bill seeks to strengthen protection of vulnerable children through coordinated provision of care and protection services, address gaps and challenges in the child care and protection system.
Honorable Bakufos, apologies.
Yes.
There is a point of order. Please take your seat.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to raise that the member is reading once again. Thank you very much.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Order, members. Can we please let Honorable Bakufos continue? Honorable Sayed, a point of order.
Chair, this is a declaration, not a speech, Chair. The rules speak about not reading the speech, not about not reading the declaration. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sayed. Honorable Bakufos, you may continue. You have a point of order, Minister? Minister Fernandez and Honorable Bakufos, why are you conversing across the floor? Did you want a point of order, Minister? Order, members. Order, members. Member Bakufos. Thank you very much for the clarity, Minister. Honorable Bakufos, please continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. The bill seeks strengthened protection of vulnerable children through coordinated provision of care and protection services, address gaps and challenges in the child care and protection system, and identify strategies to address these challenges, and to respond to a High Court order relating to the foster care challenges and provide for a comprehensive legislative system. We recognize that bill was in response to the 2017 North Gauteng High Court order, which instructed the Social Development Minister to come up with comprehensive legal solution to the challenges facing the foster care system. In accordance with the ruling, the Minister introduced the bill in Parliament on the 31st of August 2020. The process has not been an easy one. It had its ups and downs, and many areas disagreements. Among political parties and stakeholders, but we appreciate the progress made to get to this point. We must also note and commend the sterling job done by the members, and especially the chairperson of the Select Committee on Health and Social Services, Comrade Morensia Gillion. Together with her team, they led a well-coordinated public participation process and gave a number of key stakeholders opportunities to give their inputs and consulted provincial legislatures. However, we remain alarmed by the current foster care backlog and hope that the finalization of the bill will bring lasting solution to the current challenges. The bill, through its objective, also provides for children's right to privacy and protection of information, funding of early childhood development programs, the designation and function for a registrant of the National Child Protection Register, extension of the Children's Court jurisdiction, the hearing of child abduction matters, the care of abandoned or orphaned children, and additional matters that may be regulated. Additional matters related to children is
Member Bakufos,
alternative care and other related matters. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. The EFF. Order, members. EFF. I do not get any indication from the EFF. The Good Party. Good.
I'm here. Thank you. Honorable Chair, all legislation that looks to strengthen society's defense against the misuse, abuse, and violence against children is greatly welcomed. Good launched a campaign to address gender-based violence, and we know domestic violence often gives way to endangering the lives of our children. And it is on this that we should develop stronger measures to protect them. This bill in question looks to address spiraling challenges which will serve the children of this province and the country at large. In equal measures, the act of deregistering children after continued absence from school, as well as the absence of social programs and extracurricular activities in communities, does more damage to our collective efforts than what it does any good. Good calls on the continued development of legislation to protect children's basic rights from being eroded on, and that there is greater investment in our youth, their education, their participation in society, and their future. Social development and education should form the cornerstone for these programs to be implemented and should become foundation institutions to protect children and build them to become valued citizens of this republic. This bill advances a great deal of the rights of children to be active members of society, to have access to a safe, loving, and caring home, and to address challenges such as children's abductions. Good welcomes this bill, its development, and what it seeks to achieve in the lives and development of the future of our province. Thank you.
Thank you, Member August. ACDP.
Thank you, Chair. The ACDP is not making a declaration now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Christians. Freedom Front Plus. Freedom Front Plus. Not responding. Order members. Al-Jamaa.
Honorable Chair, Al-Jamaa
Member
supports.
Bosman. Order members. Member Brunkhuis, is that you?
Yes, Chair. Honorable Chair, yes, thank you very much. Al-Jamaa supports this bill.
Member Brunkhuis.
Am I audible, Honorable Chair?
Indeed, you are, member.
Oh,
You may
thank you very
proceed.
much. Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, Al-Jamaa supports this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Member Brunkhuis. That was short and sweet. The Democratic Alliance.
Honourable Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. During 2017, the North Gauteng High Court ruled that the foster care system in its current form is unconstitutional, unlawful, and invalid. The court also finds that the delay in putting in place the necessary mechanisms, structures, and resources to ensure that the foster care system operates in a sustainable and effective manner is also unconstitutional, unlawful, and invalid. The first respondent is directed within 15 months of this order to prepare and introduce before Parliament the necessary amendments to the Children's Act 38
Member
of
Plato,
2000.
please take your seat. Can I ask the two members on my right-hand side? They know who they are, Members Maseko and Member Bosman. Can I please ask you not to converse aloud as you are interfering with the speaker on the floor? Thank you very much. You may continue. Member Plato.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The first respondent is directed within 15 months of this order to prepare and introduce before Parliament the necessary amendments to the Children's Act 38 of 2005 or the Social Assistance Act 13 of 2014 to produce a comprehensive legal solution regarding the foster care system. Therefore, the main thrust of the bill is to bring the bill in line with the decision of the North Gauteng High Court. Our standing committee focus on clauses that relates to care as well as to deal with the challenges and solutions relating to foster care. This government Standing Committee on Social Development have played its meaningful role by embarking on an extensive public participation process to debate and getting input from stakeholders as far as possible. On that note, Honourable Chair, I am very pleased to recommend, like others in this House today, acceptance of the final mandate as it stands. I thank all our members of the Standing Committee on Social Development for their support during this process. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Member Plato. Thank you, honourable members. Members, I am putting the question to you. Are there any objections to the motion? No objections. Agreed to. Thank you very much, members. I have to announce that there the amount of members in the House?
If there is a
Objection.
request for the
Deviation.
yes.
Okay, sure. So we can go over to.
Coming to.
Yeah, thank you. Order, members. Thank you very much, members. Therefore, the report of the Standing Committee on Social Development on the Children's Amendment Bill has therefore been adopted. Honourable members, the Secretary will read the third order of the day.
Consideration of report of ad hoc committee on Western Cape Provincial Parliament sits.
I have been informed by the Chief Whip that the Programming Authority resolved that there would be no list of speakers and that parties who wish to do so will now be afforded an opportunity to make a declaration of the vote for a maximum of 3 minutes. I will now afford parties an opportunity to make a declaration if they so wish. I now recognize the ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson of the House. The ANC, realizing that as members of this House, we are all held liable, and our actions must speak what we preach. And in the ANC, we therefore, having read the report of the ad hoc committee role in terms of Rule 119 of the Standing Committee, the rules for the increase of the seats in the Western Cape Provincial Legislature. House Chairperson, I rise on behalf of the ANC to support the adoption of this report today. When the ad hoc committee was established earlier this year, the ANC mentioned that 28 years into our democracy, it would be fair to evaluate the number of representatives of our people in the South. Again, the ANC wishes to reiterate that amidst the economic challenges of our time, the ANC does not make this decision to adopt this report today, recommending the increase in the number of seats in the House lightly. The ad hoc committee established to investigate the feasibility of the increase in seats, yet from the WCPP research unit, presenting both qualitative and quantitative arguments for the increase in numbers. The committee has also engaged the IEC, and these discussions too were helpful in the committee making the recommendations that it does. The demographics of our province have indeed changed over the last 20 years, and specifically the increase in population. We cannot help, though, but to mention who criticizes the migration of people in the Western Cape are also the ones supporting the increase of seats and therefore benefit from this increase in population. There should be little doubt that the ANC would want to go as far as scrapping the provincial constitution of the Western Cape altogether. Yet, so long as this provincial constitution remains in place, we will insist that at times be amended appropriately and that provisions as they stand in the implementation are implemented. Speaker or Chairperson, the ANC wishes to repeat that effort must be made to ensure that our democracy is strengthened and would therefore support any means which seeks to strengthen the state and efficiency of our people's representation and therefore democracy. The ANC supports the adoption of the report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Lekker. I now recognize the EFF.
Thank you, House.
Please continue, Member Kego.
Yes, thanks. As EFF, we take note of the recommendations that were made in the report in terms of the number of seats in the Western Cape Provincial Legislature. The understanding is that this will assist members in terms of effectiveness as far as executing their duties in the House, such as holding the provincial executive to account, and as well as attending the party deployments, amongst other things, especially taking note that the last determination of seats was done in 1999. And since then, nothing has been made in that particular regard, which directly impacted on the constituency serving in the Western Cape. It is indeed true that members of the House have a duty to hold the provincial executive to account. However, currently as things stand, members of the DA in this House always defend their fellow DA members who serve in the provincial executive rather than holding the members accountable. We have seen this happening in this House, in committees as well as in SCOPA. So having additional members will not change this attitude. Members of the DA will not all of a sudden say they have new additional members and therefore take this House serious. No, it's not going to happen. This is just an exercise that will seriously impact on the increase of membership and constituency serving, but it will not impact directly on the members of the House holding the executive to account. Perhaps the model can be effectively and successful in more developed countries with vast resources, and not just here in South Africa and other areas. But we do accept and support this bill that let there be changes in terms of the seat numbers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Member Tejo. The Good Party.
Chairperson, the cost of living is at an all-time high. The cost of rates, taxes, food, water, and electricity is crippling citizens, and they simply do not have more financial rope left to honor living expenses. While the people are suffering, this government adopts a position to increase the seat capacity of the legislature to pay more politicians, dish out millions more to secretarial and constituency allowances, and all this in the cost of who? The already overburdened taxpayer who simply cannot carry it. Chair, we are living in a time of digital wonder, technologically advancements and greater strides with innovation. This House prides itself that it could continue its work at the onslaught of the COVID pandemic as it incorporated virtual sittings. Considering this and ensuring that politicians should incorporate technology.
Member August, my apologies for interrupting you. Please take your seat. There's a point of order in the House. Member Sayed.
Well, House Chair, is Member August willing to take a question about what he did in the committee when it sat? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Sayed. That's not a point of order. Please continue.
Chairperson, I have not made any comments in the House or in the committee at all while I have attended. I was there only to listen. But let me proceed, Chairperson. Considering this...
Order, members. Order, members. Member August, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Considering this and ensuring that politicians should incorporate technology in the advancement of political work, the same DA is now asking the people of the Western Cape to look the other way as they want to give more of their friends millions whilst some people in the province go hungry daily. Good opposes the call for the government to increase the seat capacity of this legislature. It is a waste of limited public resources that could have been better utilized elsewhere. Whilst the DA is looking to enlarge the gravy train, there is children going to bed hungry who has not had a meal in days. A young man slaughtering cats for consumption just to be able to survive. Women, children and youth being raped, murdered, abducted and trafficked. Large-scale joblessness, zero opportunities, unemployment, graduates, broken families and communities, and many more social challenges. In the face of all of this, the DA-led provincial government is of the opinion that more politicians are the answer to, and taxpayers should just be okay with carrying these costs. A time where our people have so little trust in politicians and little apathy for politics itself. Not only is this wrong, but is also insensitive and out of touch with the plight of the people who could benefit more from that money should it be prioritized into a working and functional social package. This is plainly opportunistic and should be condemned in a strong sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member August. ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP supports the adoption of this report of the ad hoc committee concerning the Western Cape Provincial Parliament seats. It is a fact that the current number of seats is not sufficient to represent the people of the Western Cape optimally. Only 31 members serve on committees, have oversight, engage in public and constituency-based work, while 11 of the members serves on the executive. So an increase is critical to serve the people of the Western Cape. We know that the numbers, population growth has increased almost to 7 million people, and it does not do justice to 31 members doing oversight. I must also say that well done to the Chair, Honourable van der Westhuizen, and the members of the committee who helped and contributed to the compilation of the report. It was well done. Members worked well together, and we can achieve much more working together in order to secure that our residents in the Western Cape are heard and their needs are addressed. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Christians. Freedom Front Plus. Freedom Front Plus. No indication. Al Jamar.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Yes, Honourable Chair, on behalf of the Al Jamar, we support the adoption of the report of the ad hoc committee on seats to increase the seats of the Western Cape Legislature. I thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Brunkhuis. The Democratic Alliance. Order, members.
House Chairperson, until the Honourable August spoke, all parties in this House supported this report. Between the passing of the Western Cape Constitution in 1996 and 2021, the population of the Western Cape grew by more than 44%. This means that instead of the target of 1 for every 100,000 citizens, we are currently serving each almost 170,000 citizens. House Chairperson, the Zondo Commission confirmed the importance of good governance. It goes without saying that if the people of this province feels divorced from the democratic processes that take place in this House, the very purpose of the democracy that we've worked so hard to establish and to build in this province and the country is defeated. For this reason,
order, members.
This House unanimously decided earlier this year to form an ad hoc committee representing all parties in the House to investigate whether the current size of the legislature is still appropriate. The committee benefited tremendously from studies done by the research section, the support of the committee section, as well as information provided by our legal advisors. Our attention was drawn inter alia to the finding of the Constitutional Court in 1999 that provinces with their own constitutions have the right to determine the number of seats in the legislature, and B, that the Electoral Act was amended last year, requiring of the IEC to now redetermine the number of seats before every national election. This formula of 1 to every 100,000 residents has remained in that amended Electoral Act. So I'm pleased to report that this multi-party body has unanimously decided to recommend that the Western Cape Constitution be amended to allow for the growth in population figures, and at the time it did include the vote from Honourable August as well. Given that we all agree that such a change is necessary, on paper at least, I would urge all members of this House to work together to ensure that the process of revising Section 13 of the Western Cape Constitution is completed in time for the 2024 elections. That is, if we don't go for an early election, which again will give our people the representation in the legislature which they so deserve.
Order, members.
I thank all members in this House, especially those on the ad hoc committee, for their willingness to work together on this matter, and look forward to seeing a more representative Western Cape Provincial Parliament in future. And therefore, I urge all members to support the report on the ad hoc committee on the number of Western Cape Provincial Parliament seats. I thank you, House Chairperson.
What is your point of order?
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the point of order relates to creating precedent in this House. As we all know, we were just hearing declarations regarding a multi-party committee. And I think we must just, and I'd like you as a House Chair possibly to rule on this at a later point when you discuss, but when a chair of a multi-party committee then addresses the House, that chair should avoid making party political statements because he's actually reflecting a report on a commission. So it's not something that, you know, we're going to crucify Mr. Van der Westhuizen, Honourable Van der Westhuizen for, but it just doesn't, it's not good practice when he brings in this ridiculous notion of an early election when he's representing his party there, whereas actually he was representing the multi-party committee. I think it's just a lesson for the honourable member to learn. He's still young in this House. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable
Honourable
Dagmore.
Chairperson.
Honourable Van der Westhuizen,
On a point of order. On a point
Please
of order.
proceed.
Threatening a member with crucifixion. Is that parliamentary? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Order, members. Order, members. Honourable Dagmore, we will. Honourable Dagmore, do you wish the chair to make a ruling? Was that your request, or did you just give the lesson?
Thank you, Chair. It's an issue of precedent, and possibly, you know, once we have a new speaker elected, we can just ask that speaker to investigate.
Order, members.
Thank you. Ask the speaker to investigate a convention in regard to multi-party committees and how they report. Thanks.
I do note your comment, Honourable Dagmore. Unfortunately, the chair cannot influence members' speeches. Honourable members, I put the question before, or rather, I have to announce that there are currently 36 honourable members present and entitled to vote, and the House is therefore correct. The question put before the House is that the report of the ad hoc committee on the Western Cape Provincial Parliament seats be adopted. Are there any objections to the report being adopted, members? No objections?
Chairperson.
Agreed to.
Chairperson, please note Good's objection.
Your objection is recorded, Honourable August. Order, members. We're getting there. Order, members. The Secretary will now read the fourth order of the day.
Ingqwalaselo lwengxelo yekomiti yendlu somthetho ejongene nozinziso loluntu elinomgobo othi isidima nokungamela imisebenzi ethatyathethwe yile komiti.
Thank you very much. I have been informed by the Chief Whip that the Programming Authority resolved that there would be no list of speakers and that parties who wish to do so will now be afforded an opportunity to make a declaration of the vote for a maximum of 3 minutes per party. I will now afford you to do so. I recognize the ANC.
Acting Chair. The ANC notes and welcomes the tabling of this report.
The Dignity Oversight Report is a culmination of various interactions and engagement with district and category B municipalities between February and September 2022. The oversight visit enabled the committee to witness housing delivery challenges in the province and across municipalities. There needs to be an urgent intervention to address the challenges related to housing demand database in all municipalities and the province. The MEC must lead the process of upgrading and aligning this database as it is a mess in all municipalities and in the province. Thus, together with the rapid spread of informal settlements, was raised sharply as a concern in many municipalities. Municipalities also highlighted the poor living conditions of our people, the informal settlements where they are living with minimal basic services at the disposal due to insufficient resources. There must be concerted efforts to address these challenges. The MEC and mayors must be seen to be championing these. Acting Chair, the report is welcome as a fair reflection of the housing situation in the province and municipalities. The Western Cape and its municipalities are performing so badly on housing development that if they were to be rated, many will get 1 out of 10. The pace of housing delivery in the province is worryingly low. Take, for example, the Transex housing projects, which were started in 2019-2020 with the aim to deliver 3,226 mixed houses in the first phase. The first 44 houses were supposed to be handed over in December 2020, which was later moved to March 2021 and again to March 2022. In December 2022, this December 2022, not a single house was handed over. The NHBRC refused to sign off on the 44 houses due to structural problems. This report is therefore welcome as it exposes DA complacency. It shows how the MEC remains clueless and displaced in this space. The ANC also continues to make calls on the MEC to prioritize in providing housing for Ms. Bless and a physically challenged son in Witzenberg who continue to live in squalor. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Marang. I recognize the EFF. The EFF. I recognize the Good Party.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Dignity Report 2022 is this government's presentation to the people of the province to showcase what it has been doing to address decades of human settlement backlogs in various districts and local municipalities in the Western Cape. Good stands resolute that we cannot maintain the apartheid spatial architecture where a railway line, a road, or field opening separates different groupings of people and communities. Good calls and will continue to ring the call on that this government and the rest of the country should expediently ensure that they build affordable housing units in city business and town centers for people to be closer to their place of work, institutions of education, health services, and markets. Allow for communities of all races, background, religions, creeds, and origins to bring together those ideals of a true rainbow nation. Build and develop integrated mixed-use building complexes such as developments in Bredasdorp and Cape Town that will ensure all people of this province can access a dignified place of living. How people live matter, where people live matter, how people access public transport matters, and how they make an income matter. At the heart of all this, this is the human settlement factor. Chairperson, giving people a dignified home should be the core focus of this government. The Dignity Report gives some evidence to that, but we must go much further than this. We must do more to address the dire need of housing and the backlog of the delivery. We need to advance government subsidies, services, and support the fast-track mechanisms such as FLISP so that young people, South Africans, can buy into housing markets of their choice, whether it is in Camps Bay, Plattekloof, Bellville, or in our rural communities. In addition, good calls on greater inclusion of environmentally friendly build techniques and materials include greater forestry projects into human settlements developments and ensure that we do our utmost best to protect the environment as much as we need to protect the dignity and destitute people in search of a home. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable August. I recognise the ACDP.
Thank you, Chair. The ACDP support the Dignity Oversight Report. Just a few concerns that was highlighted in the report is the increase of number of RDP houses that are being rented out to migrants by beneficiaries. So that was one of the major concerns. Another major concern was also the farm evictions in areas that were adding to the housing demand in the Theewaterskloof municipality. Another major concern, and this is where municipalities had to get security guards, employ security guards to protect the illegal occupation of urban. So the HDP notes that there's major concerns and hope that these concerns and challenges will be addressed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Christians. Freedom Front Plus. Vryheidsfront Plus. No response. Al-Jamaa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, Al-Jamaa welcomes this report. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Brinkhuis, the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honourable House Chairperson, Premier, Cabinet members, and honourable members, the Standing Committee on Human Settlements has conducted numerous oversight visits under the theme Dignity across the Western Cape this year. The purpose of these visits was to determine whether the commitments made by Minister Tesha Simmers earlier in the year have materialized, given our community's hope. Most importantly, ensure that residents of the Western Cape know the dignity of home ownership. House Chair, in April of this year, the Standing Committee visited Garden Road district municipalities as part of its oversight role to interact with the municipalities, which is the B municipalities. The local governments highlighted to the Standing Committee members the challenges they had in providing housing, including the issuing of historical title deeds for the years 1994 to 2014. The Provincial Department of Human Settlements sought to address this issue by making available a grant for title deed restoration to help Garden Road municipalities clear their backlogs. It was clear from the visits that the Western Cape government remains committed to the eradication of title deeds backlog in the province. Members of the committee also ensured that the Provincial Department continued to be aware of challenges through various oral and parliamentary questions to the Minister throughout the year. The Standing Committee also embarked on oversight visits to the Cape Winelands, where the projects of the Provincial Department of Human Settlements were observed in May this year. The Cape Winelands district municipalities also revealed details to the committee about their project on urbanization challenges, in which the municipality is trying to determine how rapidly the population from both formal and informal settlements is growing in the area. The committee commended the Cape Winelands district for committing to prepare itself for substantial population growth. In light of the Western Cape's expanding population and the impact this will have on housing delivery. Furthermore, the Standing Committee House Chair also visited the Mill Park Housing Development Project in the Cape Argyles municipality. In this initiative, the Western Cape government observed a rise in the Bredasdorp community's interest in buying homes for the first time. It was quite clear that people in the Western Cape have a strong desire to own their own homes, and the Provincial Department of Human Settlements continues to support these needs through initiatives like the Help Me Buy a Home program, in order to ensure that the Provincial Department fulfill its commitment to offer more people with access to affordable housing opportunities across the province. The Standing Committee will continue to make significant efforts in performing oversight and meeting with the communities and municipalities. With the numbers increasing on the housing demand database, we need to be innovative if we are to tackle ever-increasing
Honorable
backlog.
Maseko, you need to wrap up, please.
Thank you. I would like to close by thanking the members of the Human Settlement Standing Committee who crisscrossed the province in fact-finding mission for their dedication in seeking transparency from all spheres of government and making sure that their oversight responsibilities are carried out with diligence.
Thank you.
As Chair, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I have to announce that there are currently 32 Honourable Members present and entitled to vote, and the House is therefore correct. The question put before the House is that the report of the Standing Committee on Human Settlements with the theme Dignity Oversight Activities undertaken by the committee be adopted. Are there any objections to the report being adopted? No objections. Agreed to. Honourable members, the Secretary will now read the fifth order of the day. Or rather, my apologies, I just omitted. The report of the Standing Committee on Human Settlements with the theme Dignity Oversight Activities undertaken by the committee has therefore been adopted. The Secretary will now read the fifth order of the day.
Consideration of report of the Budget Committee on the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill B22 2022.
Thank you very much, order members. The House received the report of the Budget Committee on the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill conferring authority on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP not to support the bill. This mandate has been sent to the NCOP. I will now afford parties an opportunity to make a declaration of 3 minutes each. If they so wish, I recognize the ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The African National Congress supports the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill. The ANC acknowledged the 290 million municipal disaster recovery grant allocated towards the reconstruction and rehabilitation of municipal infrastructure damaged by flash floods in the Western Cape province between November and December 2021. This grant comes after the Overberg District, Garden Route District, and the Cape Wineland District municipalities experienced flooding towards the end of last year, destroying over 80 homes along with public infrastructure. We believe that this grant will provide these municipalities with the necessary relief that they require in prevention against future catastrophes. Honourable House Chair, the ANC also notes from the adjusted estimates of provincial revenue and expenditure budget the increase of the provincial equitable share in several votes, notably the Department of Social Development and the Department of Transport and Public Works. The Department of Social Development with this budget increase could create more employment of unemployed social worker graduates, as well as increase the budgets for victim empowerment and food relief programs. While notorious for underspending, this provincial government will never not shut up about restricted funding from national. They piloted the Blue Dot project, and even though it yielded good results, they discontinued it, complaining about the budget. Surely there was reserves where they had secured funding from, so what is stopping them from doing it again? But because this project is for the minibus taxi industry, which caters for the black population, it will never take the precedence in the eyes of the DA. As stated at the beginning of the year, the equitable share formula is a work in progress and will still maintain hope that the provincial government can cooperate with the national government by supplying a constructive proposal in the development of the formula. The ANC supports the bill. I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Nkondlo. I recognize the EFF. The EFF. No response. The Good Party.
Thank you, House Chair. No declarations in support.
Thank you, Honourable August. The ACDP.
House Chair, the ACDP do not support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Christians. The Freedom Front Plus. The Freedom Front Plus. No response. Al Jamaa.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Honourable House Chair, Al Jamaa supports the Division of Revenue Bill. Thank you, Honourable House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Brunkhuis. I recognize the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Honourable House Chair, I'll be short because quite frankly, this bill does not say much. In fact, it says almost next to nothing. In terms of this bill, if one can go look at page 4, the Western Cape receive R0 in terms of the provincial equitable share formula. There is also R0 adjustment in conditional grants for the Western Cape. Municipality specifically receiving R289 million for the municipal disaster recovery grant. And we welcome that we are receiving, the municipalities are receiving this municipal disaster recovery grant. But because the ANC House is falling apart so much, the National Treasury tabled the money to the wrong municipalities. House Chairperson. House Chairperson, the Western Cape opposes the recent revised allocations for health component in the provincial equitable share formula, as it means the Western Cape will lose over R500 million in the healthcare funding over the medium term. Our calls to include inclusive education, formerly known as special needs education, and gender-based violence.
My apologies. Please take your seat. Honourable Maran and Honourable Kama. We have now provided the previous speakers the opportunity to deliver their declarations. Can we please afford the same courtesy to the member on the floor, please? Thank you very much. Honourable Member, please proceed.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Western Cape's calls to include inclusive education, formerly known as special needs education, and gender-based violence as factors in the provincial equitable share formula continues to also fall upon deaf ears. The committee, the Budget Committee, considered thus the subject of the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, referred to it in accordance of Standing Rule 217, and recommended that the House confers on the Western Cape's delegation in the National Council of Provinces the authority to not support the bill. We had a minority view in terms of Standing Rule 90 that the African National Congress expressed its minority view that it supports the bill. Ironically enough, I do not see in this report a view from Al Jamaha, which is a permanent member on the committee. And House Chairperson, before I conclude, I just want to say the Western Cape will unashamedly continue to fight for its fair share in terms of the provincial equitable share. Thank you.
Thank you.
We support this report to object to the bill.
Thank you very much, Honourable Bartman. I have to announce that there are currently 31 order members. Member Maran, we're almost there. Because I only see you speaking. Honourable members, order. Members, I have to announce that there are currently 31 honourable members present and entitled to vote, and the House is therefore correct. The question before the House that the report of the Budget Committee on the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill conferring authority on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP not to support the bill be ratified and adopted. I put the question to the House. Are there any objections? Objection recorded.
Al-Jama objects. Thank you, Chair. Al-Jama objects.
Noted, Honourable Brankhuis. The report of the Budget Committee on the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill has therefore been adopted. Honourable members, that concludes the business for the day. The Secretary will now end the meeting and all members will be exited from the sitting. The House is adjourned.